Unfortunately, both of my dogs decided to come in here right when I was starting. So, apologize for their click clacks for just 1 second until they get laid down. Welcome. I am alternate juror. I hope your morning is going well. It's Friday. We made it. So that's always a plus. Give me 1 second. All right, I'll probably kick them out in just 1 second. But I think I told you Wednesday, and I was wondering about doing this trial, but I'm going to do it. It's going to not be fun. It's going to be hard. I have listened to just bits and pieces of it because it involves a 15-year-old whose mother and brother have been charged with abusing him. So it's up in Michigan. It started Wednesday. It started I saw it right before I started my stream on Wednesday. But that's where it's at. So yeah. And as soon as I start it, I'm gonna kick these guys out. So they've been downstairs, haven't even been up here. But now they are. So good for them. They've been downstairs. Oh, good. And I forgot to turn my stuff down. You would think I'd never done this before. All right. So Shanda Vander Ark and her son Paul. I just lost his name. She's on trial in Michigan right now been charged with murder and aliving, and torturing her 15-year-old son. So please be aware that this will have some stuff that's going to be hard to hear because it does involve him. So I really just want everybody to be aware of that. And I have it queued up to where the state is getting ready to do their opening. And that's what I heard. I heard just a little bit of his opening, and I was just like, I don't know if this is the time of year to do this, but it's happening. It's sad, and we just don't get to ignore things, I guess. But there we go. So we'll start with his opening statement. I can put him on 1.25 speed, but then I have to slow down for the defense attorney because I was looking at that to see if I could keep it up. So we'll do his, and then we'll switch back when man, I am just not on my game today. Let me start this, and let me make them be quiet. I'll be right back.
Okay, with that, Mr. Roberts, you may make your opening statement. You want the TV angle?
No, not yet. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan, I want to thank you for your time and attention to these matters. We certainly had some lighthearted moments yesterday during the jury selection process, and there's nothing wrong with that. But as Mr. Johnson and I repeatedly told you yesterday, and this is not in any way an overstatement of this, the facts and circumstances here are just simply horrific. I wish that I could spare you from some of the details in this case, but I cannot. Quite simply, it is the position of the people of the state of Michigan that Shanda Vander Ark committed the crime of first-degree felony murder when, during the course of physical and mental abuse in the first degree of her child, Timothy Ferguson died. As we referenced many times yesterday, unfortunately, as part of this process, you will see some very graphic photographs.
I'm just going to keep it slowed down.
Images that will not easily leave your mind. But I don't want you to focus on just those photographs, as I repeatedly told you yesterday. I want you to look at the entire picture here.
Hopefully the
I will
sound
tell
is
you
good.
this,
I've got it up as high as I
the entire
can.
picture is just as horrific. The average 15-year-old man weighs 132 pounds and is 68 inches tall. At the time of his death, Timothy Ferguson was right on that average height, 68 inches tall. At the time of his death, Timothy Ferguson weighed 69 pounds. How does this happen? How does a 15-year-old child die as a result of malnutrition? How is a 15-year-old child 63 pounds under the average weight? How is a 15-year-old child in literally the 0 percentile for weight? How? The how of this begins to unfold on July 6th of 2022 when police officers from the Norton Shores Police Department are dispatched to 4788 Marshall Road in Norton Shores. The first officer on scene is there. ProMed's already on scene, and they've already found Timothy Ferguson deceased in the basement level of that home. You're going to see photographs of that home. It's a bi-level home, and Timothy Ferguson is in the basement of that home. By the time the officer arrives, Timothy Ferguson is deceased and has been deceased for some time. It's immediately obvious to ProMed, just as it is to Officer Stefanich, who you will hear from this morning, that Timothy Ferguson is severely malnourished. Now, there's another layer of mystery that is discovered the next day as it relates to the cause of death of Timothy Ferguson. And you will hear from the medical examiner that in addition to the severe malnourishment that caused his death, Timothy Ferguson also showed signs of hypothermia. How does a 15-year-old child in Michigan in July have hypothermia? The pieces of that puzzle start to unfold as the police investigation does. Officer Stefanich begins to notice, in addition to the shocking image of Timothy Ferguson, deceased, other things unusual in the home. There's leg cuffs in the basement. There's cameras everywhere. There's hot sauce in the bathroom. Upstairs in the upper level of the home, there's locks on the refrigerator and the freezer. More cameras, motion sensors, alarms, everywhere in the house. And in the basement, as if part of some demented version of Harry Potter, there's a small closet, again with an alarm on the door. Inside that closet, a blue tarp just laying on the floor in a small box. That room, as officers later come to learn, is called the small room. That was Timothy Ferguson's bedroom. That's where he was forced to sleep. The leg cuffs, also for Timothy Ferguson. The cameras, also for Timothy Ferguson, to watch his every movement. His every movement monitored by his mother on those cameras. The bathroom camera. Who puts a camera in a bathroom? The bathroom camera is literally a motion tracking camera, and the officer notices as soon as he walks into the bathroom that the camera starts to follow his motion. Again, hot sauce in the bathroom. Why is there hot sauce in the bathroom? These are all questions at the time the police officers have, but they have no explanation for most of it. All they know is that Timothy Ferguson died as a result of malnutrition. As is obvious to anybody that would just see him, look at him. So Officer Stefanich starts to ask some questions. And Ms. Vander Ark says, well, he's been on a hunger strike for the last couple of weeks. He hasn't been eating, and I noticed last night he wasn't eating really good, so I made him some toast with some peanut butter or some butter on it, and I made him eat it, and then he went to bed. And then more detectives become involved in the investigation. And more statements coming out from Ms. Vander Ark about some of the unusual things in the home. The leg cuffs. Oh, those are Paul Ferguson. Paul Ferguson is the older boy that lives in the house. He's 19 at the time. And you're going to hear from Paul Ferguson. And I'm just going to tell you right now, you're not going to like Paul Ferguson. I don't like Paul Ferguson. Paul Ferguson was a contributing factor to the death of his brother. What you will come to learn is that what Paul Ferguson was the strong arm for the defendant. When she wanted a punishment inflicted upon Timothy, she used Paul to do it. And Paul did it. And he will tell you that he did those things. And he will tell you he is remorseful about those things, as he should be. Because the mental and physical abuse that those two individuals inflicted upon Timothy Ferguson over the course of multiple months, from February of 2022 until the time of his death in July, caused his death. For all intents and purposes, Timothy Ferguson was a prisoner in his own home. He never went to a doctor. He never went to school. The only time he was allowed to leave the house was if he was being punished and he had to run up and down the stairs in the backyard where nobody could see him, or walk the dog in the backyard, again, where nobody could see him. You don't have to take my word for it. You will hear in the text messages between Paul Ferguson and Shanda Vander Ark the extent of the horrors they inflicted upon Timothy. You will hear about his every movement being monitored by motion sensors and alarms on his body, multiple alarms on his body. Cameras watching his every move, making sure he did not go upstairs without permission, making sure he did not go to the bathroom without permission. And when he went to the bathroom, he got 1 minute if he had to pee and 2 minutes if he had to poop. Some of you might already be saying to yourself, this sounds too incredible to be true. Again, you don't have to take my word for it. You will hear the text messages. You will see right there in print, right there before your very eyes, everything that I'm telling you. His access to food denied. Locks on the freezer. Locks on the refrigerator. Alarm on the pantry door. Alarms on the door to the small room where he was forced to sleep. Now, interestingly, when we talk about that alarm on the small room, you're going to see the photographs of that alarm. When the police are there the first day, they take photographs of the scene. And as the investigation progresses, they go back the next day. Strangely, that alarm has been removed. The police get the text messages and start to go through the text messages, and a broader picture begins to emerge of what happened to Timothy, especially in those final hours leading up to his death, in the early morning hours of July 6th. And what they find is just as shocking as the fact that Timothy died as a result of malnutrition. For roughly the last 9 hours that Timothy Ferguson was alive, he was in an ice bath.
I don't know what that is, but that's not me.
First monitored by Paul, and then by Shanda, Timothy Ferguson was forced to lay in an ice bath for 9 hours. Already severely malnourished, already bone thin, forced to be in this bathtub. Again, first monitored by Paul, watched by Shanda from those cameras, and then by her when Paul goes to work. Timothy is too weak to even move on his own volition at that point. That's where the hypothermia comes into play. The medical examiner, puzzled at first, how can there possibly be hypothermia in a child of 15 years old at this time of year? Well, when you spend 9 hours in an ice bathtub That's what happens. You'll see the ice maker in the home where the ice came from for his ice baths. And again, you don't have to take my word for it. You're going to hear it all in the text messages. And Ms. Vander Ark, again, when she talks to the police, she says, well, he's just been on a hunger strike for the last 2 weeks. And I didn't know how bad it was getting until last night, and I made him a piece of toast. That's not true. And again, you don't have to take my word for it. On July 13th, almost 3 weeks before Timothy Ferguson passes away, Paul, in a moment of clarity, in a moment of sympathy for his brother, sees his brother without his shirt on and sends his mother a picture. Now, he's already rake thin at that point. Nothing more than skin and bones. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that any rational human being looking at that photograph would say, oh my God, we have got to do something to help this child. What's Ms. Vander Ark's response? Okay, give him some bread. A couple days after that, we learn what the hot sauce is for. Make sure you give him the bread with the hot sauce on it. Make sure he eats 4 slices of bread with hot sauce on it. And if he does that and waits 30 minutes, he can have some more slices without hot sauce. This is a child who was already essentially on death's door with his malnutrition. And his mother, the person responsible for his care and custody and well-being, is telling her other son to feed him hot sauce. This isn't the only reference to hot sauce. You're going to hear multiple references to it throughout those text messages. At one point, Timothy commits the horrendous crime of eating the crust of a burger. Leftover pieces of a burger. And when she finds out, what does she tell Paul Ferguson to do? Go make him throw up. Sadly, Paul does that. Go make him throw up because he ate the crust of a burger. It's difficult to wrap your mind around the level of depraved indifference shown to Timothy Ferguson. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why I will be asking you to return a verdict of guilty of a count of felony murder in the first degree and first-degree child abuse. The judge has gone over the elements of that crime, and you have them in your jury instructions, and I won't belabor the point here. But the people's position is that Shanda Vander Ark caused the death of Timothy Ferguson as a result of that malnutrition, as a result of her repeated denial of his access to food during the last months of his life. And that during the course of that time period, she was inflicting emotional, mental, and physical abuse upon him with her actions. And again, you're not going to have to take my word for it. You're going to see the text messages. You're going to hear those text messages. This afternoon, I anticipate that Lieutenant Hooksma and Detective Vaughn will be reading those text messages to you, one playing the part of Paul Ferguson, the other reading Ms. Vander Ark's texts. And like I said, they are shocking. They are truly shocking. Paul's testimony will be as equally shocking. And again, you don't have to like Paul Ferguson. I don't like Paul Ferguson. I hold Paul Ferguson responsible for the death of Timothy Ferguson just as I do the defendant in this case. But as we talked about in jury selection, it's not for you to decide what happens with Paul Ferguson. He's already made his choice, and he's agreed to cooperate and testify against his mother. And he will be pleading to a first-degree child abuse charge here. His sentence to be determined by Judge Case at a little later date. You don't have to like him, but I want you to listen to what he says, because everything that he says is going to be corroborated by the physical evidence in this case, especially those text messages. He's going to tell you how Timothy Ferguson was a prisoner in that home. When the officers arrived that day, they didn't realize they were walking into a prison cell, but they were. And the horrors they uncovered are horrors not even inflicted upon prisoners of war who get the protection of the Geneva Convention. horrors we don't inflict on prisoners here in the United States who get regular meals and access to small freedoms. Timothy had none of that. That's the how of this, ladies and gentlemen. That is the how of how Timothy Ferguson died. Now, the better question, the harder question, that most of you will likely be asking yourselves is why? When I was in college, I discovered a musical group called 10,000 Maniacs. The 1987 album, In My Tribe, begins with a song called What's the Matter Here? And it was the first time I remember being aware of socially conscious lyrics for a song. It's a very powerful, very moving song. Natalie Merchant is the lead singer for the group and wrote the song. And the song is about her being a person who's witnessing what she believes to be child abuse, the physical abuse of a child in the building she lives in, and the mental abuse inflicted upon that child by the child's parents. The bridge of the song, after she hears threats made to the child by the father, has these lyrics. Answer me and take your time. What could be the awful crime he could do at so young an age? If I'm the only witness to your madness, offer me some words to balance out what I see and what I hear. These cold and lowly things that you do, I suppose you do because he belongs to you. And instead of love, you've given him these cuts and sores that don't heal with time or with age. Now, in the song, it's implied that she becomes the person who has the courage to speak up and say what's happening to this child and say, what's the matter here? She can stand up and protect the child. There was nobody that could stand up for Timothy Ferguson. There was nobody that could answer the question, what's the matter here? The defendant made sure that nobody could see Timothy Ferguson. Nobody could see what was being done to him. Can't even produce a picture on her cell phone of him in the last 6 months of his life. I don't know about the rest of you as parents, but you can go 10 photos in my photo stream on my phone without finding a picture of my kids. But nothing in the 6 months leading up to his death. What could be the awful crime he had done at so young an age? I can't answer the why for you. I don't have to answer the why for you. You will hear instructions from the judge that I don't have to prove the motive in this case. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that no why could possibly, as Natalie Merchant says in the song, no why could possibly justify the cold and lowly things done to Timothy Ferguson. All we know is that they were done. And as a result, Timothy Ferguson died without anyone there to speak up for him, without anyone to say, what's the matter here? So, ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of these very difficult proofs, I will be asking you to return a verdict of guilty, the charge of first-degree felony murder and first-degree child abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Johnson, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
I did.
All right.
Two things before that. One, I forgot to say that this is another trial where the jury gets to ask questions. So that ought to be really interesting. And two, this feed is from the news station in Michigan. So it can be a little weird. So it's not like the regular court TV or long crime feed where we kind of know what to expect. So I have no idea if they'll show any different pictures. I don't know. So just be aware. That picture he was talking about of Timothy, I don't know if we get to see it. I don't know that I want to. Be interesting to see if this guy has to say could possibly be a defense to this so far. I I don't know. I mean, she gets to put on a defense. So I mean, here we go.
You may proceed.
And that is her sitting with the double braids. Reminds me of Amber Heard. I hate it, to be honest.
Yes. What he said, I don't have a lot to argue with that. Yup. That's what you're going to hear. All the things you're going to hear those things. Most of that evidence is not going to be controverted. All of it's going to come in almost exactly like he said it's going to come in. And at the end of the day, you're going to say, what's up? Why are we here? We're here, folks. We're here, folks. Because this case is not just terrible. It's weird. It's just strange. It goes into portions of our brains that we hope we don't have. And I say that because I'm a lawyer. I was paying attention to what Mr. Roberts says. One of the things he didn't talk about was what the statute says. And the judge read you this morning, so read it again. The exact word of the statute for this type of crime is knowing and intentional. All the things that he says that my client did, she has to know and she has to intend for either one of these charges to be violated. And you know, and if you had a recorder and you could hear his whole speech again, there's nothing about that. She knew. She intended. And you're going to be shown. Text messages. Telephone book of text messages. And they're going to be read to you. Some of the juicier parts are going to be read to you. And I ask you to pay close attention to those text messages. Because when you listen to those text messages and you're paying attention, and understand, these text messages were made and created at a time nobody knew there'd be anybody who'd ever read them. In other words, nobody's trying to fake what they're saying in here because they don't know anybody else is ever going to read them. So this is what they're thinking at the time. This is what's going in there. All the things that are going in there is raw and it's real and it's unedited. They go right in those text messages. And what you're going to hear over and over again, over and over, as you listen to these messages, is my client, Shanda Vander Ark, and her oldest son, Paul Ferguson, had no idea that they were hurting this boy. If you listen to those messages, they don't have a clue. And it's two of them. It's not just the one, not her and just him. At one point, he sends her the picture. At another point, she asks him, is he okay? You think we should feed him? And each time, the other person deflects and they continue to go on. They don't figure out that they're hurting Tim until he's dead. That's the first time it occurs to them, hey, we got a problem here. And they get mad, and they panic, and they try to make up stories. She's going to tell you, she's going to testify. She's going to tell you what's going on. But as you listen to Paul's testimony, and as you listen to my client's testimony, neither one of them are aware of what's obvious to him and you and him and all the rest of us. We're all going to see it. How could you not see it? But listen to it. They don't. They see it. They don't see the suffering. They don't see this. They call what they're doing to him punishments, and they consider it in response to what he's doing. Over and over again. He's not going to win on this one. He's not going to get away with this. He's not going to do this. These are punishments that they feel are reasonable and are not hurting him. I have heard, and I expect Paul to take that stand and to tell you he wishes he could change everything now, and he wishes he could die for his brother now. But at the time he was doing these things, he didn't see a problem with it. In fact, Paul is the one, my client's the one Paul wants to take it a step further. He wants to start getting physical with this boy. It's my client who tells him you're not allowed to do that. These are appropriate punishments. There's no intention. There's no intention to hurt or kill or to abuse this young man. My client will take the stand. You'll find out she's a highly intelligent person. She went to law school. She passed the bar examination. She was in the process of trying to become licensed as this matter began. She graduated cum laude in her high school, college, second. I think law school was the second person on the list. She was clerking for judges. She was working and studying, and she was this close to achieving lifelong goals. Then she gets a call from her ex-husband. I'm putting Timothy out, the victim. You want him, or he's going to protective services. She takes him in. She takes him in. She takes him in. Send him to me. I don't want my son in the system. Send him to me.
You probably would have been better off, it sounds like.
She brings him to her home. And then the wheels start to fall off in her life. Her husband gets seriously ill. She's now struggling with the expenses of the home and the 3 children and everything else that's going on. She's working, she's going to school, she's doing all these things. She's not sleeping. And something happens with her and Paul. They tend to see things that I can't, and I'm not a doctor. I don't have a doctor coming here to tell you about this stuff. All I have is Exhibit 1 or whatever it's going to be. That's going to tell you these people don't know they're hurting this kid. They love this child. They don't know. They don't see it. Whatever's going on between them, they don't see it until it's too late. And that's what happens. There is a terrible situation. Everything he said, you're going to hear that's he didn't lie to you. But there's no intention to hurt this child. They love this child. There's no intention to abuse this child. They love this child. But they just don't see what's before their eyes and what you and I can see. They don't see it. And so they continue on a course which was not only destructive to him, but led to this hearing. They have no interest in doing this personally or in terms of their love to their child. This is something they don't know they're doing. They don't get it. And poor Tim ends up paying the ultimate price. But this isn't murder. This is not murder. This is something's wrong, but it's not murder. And we're going to ask you to find my client not guilty. Thank you.
If the state proves that this kid weighed 69 pounds at the time of his passing, that's a hard hurdle to say they didn't understand that they were doing something wrong. Your kid is wasting away in front of you, and you're not thinking you're doing that something is wrong. If the state shows that, I don't get it. Also, generally, if you've seen anybody on trial for abusing their child and it ending in a manner as that this did any of them mean to do it? They just lost it, right? I get when he's trying to say it wasn't intentional. They didn't intentionally do whatever it is we're going to hear they did. But you intentionally didn't do anything else either. It's 69 pounds, 15 years old. It's a big hill for you to climb.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Oh.
If we have any phones on.
Why are
I'd
you
ask-
chewing gum in court? No, 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 no. She should know better.
Does somebody have a phone on, or not now? Okay, I'd ask you to either, if they're buzzing and distracting, please shut it off. Certainly put it on vibrate, but if I haven't heard it, but if, can somebody identify the source, let me know, so. And those in the gallery, I'd ask you, please turn off your
All right,
cell
maybe it wasn't
phones.
gum.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, you may
Maybe it was gum.
call your
Just
first
tune it
witness.
again.
Call Officer Stephanie.
Also, I get it. She's super smart and everything else. That doesn't help you. That says she should have known. She should have seen it. She should.
Matter now pending, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat.
I
Please state your
don't
name for the
like
record,
this.
spelling your first name and last name.
Officer Sean Stefanich, first name is S-H-A-W-N, last name is S-T-E-F-A-N-I-C-H.
You may proceed, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Officer Stefanich, I want to direct your attention back to July 6th of 2022. Were you working in your capacity as an officer for the City of Norton Shores Police Department at that time, sir?
Yes, I was.
And approximately 6:30 that morning on July 6th, were you on duty?
Yes,
And were you dispatched to an address at 4788 Marshall in the City of Norton Shores, County of Muskegon, State of Michigan?
yes.
What was the nature of the dispatch to that address at that time?
It was assist to medical. We had a report of a 15-year-old that was not breathing, and I was dispatched there to help out.
And did you then go to that location?
Yes,
And were you in full uniform such as you're dressed today?
yes.
Were you, when you arrived, who was actually on the scene?
Both fire and ProMed were already on scene.
All right. And I just need to stop you for just a second. Mr. Johnson and I discussed the matter this morning. There's media present, and it's my understanding that there was a minor child that was present in the home. So you understand, for purposes of testimony today, we're just going to use that minor child's initial to describe his name. I'm not talking about Timothy Ferguson, I'm talking about the minor child who goes by the initial G.
Okay,
You understand?
yes.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, and I cut you off there, I apologize, I just wanted to make sure that we had that taken care of. So, I think you were describing who was in the home at the time that you arrived, so please continue.
When I arrived, fire personnel were already on scene, and the two ProMed paramedics were already there. I had been, originally when I was going to the call, I was going emergency, but I was notified by dispatch that Timothy had already been declared deceased, so I stopped doing emergency response and just drove there normally. So when I got there, ProMed was there, and they said he's already been declared deceased.
And did they direct you to where Timothy was located in that house?
Yes,
Okay, can you describe the house, we're gonna see some photographs in a little bit of the house, but can you describe the house just briefly for the jury, please?
it's pretty much a split level house. What happens is there's a front door. You come in the front door, and then you have steps leading to the right, which go down in the basement, and then you have steps leading up, which go up into the front, the normal living area.
So it's a bi-level home?
Yes,
And where was Timothy located then when you arrived in the home?
he was in the basement, on the floor.
Were ProMed personnel still down in the basement around him? or-
Yes, the one ProMed was, Nicholas Mock.
And at some point then, well, I ask it this way, what was the next thing you did in terms of establishing what had taken place after you observed
Well,
Timothy?
first I talked to the medical personnel, asked them what they did, what they saw, what had happened, and then I asked the mother what had happened prior to her calling 911.
And at that time, was the person you've identified as the mother, was she present at the scene?
Yes,
And would you recognize that person if you saw her again?
yes,
Is she in the courtroom right now?
yes.
Could you point her out for the record and identify what she's currently wearing?
She's wearing the dark blue blazer and ponytails. It's sitting at the defense desk.
I'd ask to reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant, Your Honor.
They will.
So you had a conversation with the defendant at that point in time, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you actually end up having two conversations with her?
Yeah, I had a couple conversations with her
So initially, what was the purpose of your first conversation with Ms. Vander Ark?
just to know what happened right there before 911 and kind of establish a timeline of what went up, happened.
Do you recall what she told you in terms of a timeline of what had taken place?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said at 5:30, she was woken up to Timothy falling out of bed. He sleeps in a bunk bed. The top shelf, or the top is the bed, and underneath is a desk.
And did you observe a bed in the basement area that matched that description?
Yes,
So she says at 5:30 he falls out of bed.
correct.
And what does she indicate she does when he falls out of bed?
She checks on him, makes sure he's all right, helps him back up into bed, and then leaves him.
And this is about 5:30.
That's what she told me, 5:30.
And again, the time you were on scene was approximately what?
I got there at 6:48.
So this is about an hour and 15 minutes after she's describing Timothy falling out of bed and her putting him back into bed.
Yes.
Okay, and then what does she indicate took place?
She said about 6:30, she went back downstairs to check on Timothy and saw that he wasn't breathing.
And did she indicate that she attempted to call 911 at that point?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that the 911, your dispatch time was 6:37 that morning, is that correct?
that's
If
the
that's
time
what's in the
that,
report.
yeah, that's the time that they called 911, 6:37. Dispatch told me about the call at 6:38.
So within a minute or so of the 911 call, you're being dispatched as well.
Correct.
Is that standard operating procedure if any of
Yes.
these types of?
Yeah,
So police, fire, and medical personnel are all dispatched?
correct.
So 5:30 he falls out of bed, 6:30 she goes down to check on him again, and that's when 911 is called.
Yes.
Right. Now, when you observed Timothy, what observations did you make about him, about his physical person, obviously other than the fact that he was deceased?
He was very malnourished.
And when you say that, what can you describe what it is?
He was
that you
just skin and
observed?
bone, skin and bone. He didn't have any muscles.
And at some point in time, we'll get into those photographs a little bit later and present those to the jury, but did you have an occasion to observe, well, let me ask this first. How was Timothy dressed when you arrived on the scene?
He had an adult diaper on, and he had a sweatshirt on his torso.
And was he wearing any jeans?
I don't believe so. I think it was, I'm not positive, but I remember the adult diaper and then the sweatshirt because I had to lift the sweatshirt later.
And if he, well, let me just do this for just a moment.
I'm gonna assume he had jeans on. That officer didn't pick up on the fact that he was like, he had jeans on, right? Not that it matters.
These are going to be later presented to the jury judge, but for purposes of refreshing your recollection, if you could just briefly take a look at what will ultimately be People's Exhibit 33. We're not going to show that on any of the TV monitors at that point. Do you recall that photograph?
Yes.
All right. And does that refresh your recollection in terms of how Timothy Ferguson was dressed at the time that you found him?
Yeah.
And how was he
We-
dressed?
He had jeans on. But as soon as he was declared dead, I pretty much put a sheet over him.
But that picture that you just looked at, the jury will see a little bit later, that does appear to be the condition in which you observed Timothy Ferguson when you arrived on the scene.
Yes.
And during part of that process, did you lift up that sweatshirt and see both his back and front area?
Yes.
And that was documented in the photograph?
Yes.
So your initial contact with Ms. Vander Ark was establishing a timeline in terms of what had happened to Timothy, at least that morning. In your subsequent conversations with her, did you get a little bit more information about who was living in the home and what the living situation was?
Yes.
And again, ultimately, for purposes of maintaining some anonymity here, there was a younger child in the home as well, correct?
Correct.
And that younger child's initial begins with G, correct?
Yes.
And he was approximately how old, do you recall?
I think he was around 7.
Did
But
you
I
actually-
don't know for sure.
Did you actually see him inside the home?
I saw him running around, but I never spoke to him and didn't really get all the concrete information about him.
But were you able to determine that that was actually a biological child of Ms. Vander Ark?
I believe so. That's what I was told.
And, but you did observe that child running around the home, you said, is that
Yes.
right? Did he appear to have any malnourishment issues or issues running around or
No,
moving?
he seemed normal.
And there was actually an older child in the home as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's Paul Ferguson.
Yes.
And did you actually observe him in the home as well?
Yes.
And did you observe anything in terms of his physical condition, in terms of concerns of malnourishment or inability to move, anything of that nature?
No.
And ultimately, did Ms. Vander Ark indicate to you that those were, including Timothy, those 3 boys that were in the home were her children?
Yes.
Did you establish approximately when Timothy had come to live with Ms. Vander Ark in Norton Shores?
Yes.
When did that take place?
She told me May of 2021. He had been living with the biological father in Oklahoma, and They're having problems with him or something to that effect, and so she took him in to her home there.
Did you ask her about why?
Sorry, I just don't understand. You have three kids. I don't care if they're biological kids or not. You have 3 kids in your home. 2 are fine, look normal, doing whatever. 1 is dead, and he weighs 69 pounds. Why? How? Why? Why him? Why were the other 2 okay? I don't understand. Obviously, the dad couldn't deal with him for whatever reason. She should have never tried to deal with him, obviously. One kid that probably would have been better off in the system. And I know the system sucks. But so does this.
Timothy was wearing a diaper?
I did. Just said that he has accidents, so he was wearing a diaper.
And did you ask her about any medication that Timothy had been taking?
Yes, she said that he used to take medication for ADHD, but he stopped taking that because he started feeling better.
Now, Mr. Johnson's already alluded to it as an opening, but at some point did Ms. Vander Ark indicate to you that there had been another person that was living in the house earlier that year, in January of that year?
Yes,
Who
her
was that
husband.
person? Her husband?
Correct.
And what does she indicate happened with her husband that caused him to no longer be in the home?
He had a stroke, and because of the stroke, he couldn't climb stairs, so he could no longer live there. So he was staying with his parents.
So her husband had left the home sometime after the stroke happened in January. Was that your understanding?
That's what I was told.
And so that left her in the home with the 3 boys, Paul, Timothy, and G, right?
According to her, yes.
Did she indicate to you that there had been problems around that time with Timothy not eating?
Yes.
What did she indicate to you happened around the time of the stroke with Timothy not eating?
She said because of the stroke and some other family issues that Timothy had stopped eating for about 3 weeks.
And did she indicate to you that she got him to start eating again?
Yes. She said that she threatened to take him to the hospital, so he started eating again.
So this was taking place, she's indicating to you this was taking place around the time of the stroke happening in January, is that correct?
Correct.
And this was, at least what she was relaying to you, that this was Timothy's response to the stroke was to stop eating.
Yes.
And did she indicate there was another period of time where Timothy had stopped eating?
Yes.
What was that period of time?
She said in the last 2 weeks prior that he had stopped eating.
So
when this medical happened, he had, for 2 weeks prior to that, he had stopped eating.
So you understood that to mean that she was saying the 2 weeks leading up to his death, Timothy had stopped eating?
Correct.
Pretty
And
sure
did
you
she
don't.
indicate to
You
you
lose
that she had got him to start eating
60-some
again
pounds.
just prior to his death?
Yes.
What did she indicate had happened?
She told me that the night before she had given him 2 pieces of toast.
So after you speak to Ms. Vander Ark a few times there and have an observation of Paul, did you conduct an examination of the rest of that basement area of that home?
Yes.
And it said, we've described it a little bit for the jury, but if you could describe a little bit more just the downstairs area, the layout of that downstairs area.
When you go into the basement, there's like a common area. And that's where the bed was for Timothy. They had made a bedroom into the common area. Right next to that common area is a small little closet. And then off of that room is 2 more bedrooms, a bathroom, and a utility room.
And was it relayed to you that the 2 bedrooms belonged to Paul and to the minor child, G?
Yes.
And you said there was a bathroom in the basement as well?
Yes.
And did you observe the bathroom?
Yes.
What happened when you walked into the bathroom?
When I walked in the bathroom, there was a video camera, a motion camera that was sitting on the bathroom counter. As soon as I walked in, it turned towards me. Made me think it's motion activated or heat sensitive.
And then Did it track your motion then, or?
Yeah, it followed me as I walked through the bathroom.
What did you observe about the bathroom itself?
Bathroom was very dirty. There was
Can't imagine.
dirty adult diapers on the floor, and there was no shower curtain.
Did you observe anything on the counter of the bathroom that was unusual?
There was a bottle of hot sauce.
And if you recall, were there zip ties or any type of restraint located in that bathroom? If you recall.
I don't recall any of that.
As it relates to restraints, though, did you observe any other restraints in the basement area of that home?
Yes,
What
there
did you
were leg shackles in the first common room where Timothy's bed was. There was a drawer. The desk area was really cluttered, and there was like a little stack of drawers, and it was open, and in the drawer was a set of leg shackles.
And what material were those leg shackles made of?
They were regular leg shackles. I checked with my cuff key, and my cuff key was used up. They were normal leg shackles.
These were
like
metallic?
Like we would use, police would use.
And was there any padding on them? Anything that would soften that leg shackle if that was
No.
placed on them individually?
No.
Where do you buy those?
So you said, I think you said there at the end, that the shackles that would be used, like the police would use or jail uses for
Yes,
prisoners.
correct.
What other observations did you make about the basement area?
There was cameras everywhere. There was one camera that was facing Timothy's bed, so his bed would be here, and on the opposite wall, there was a camera facing his bed. In the other room, G's room, there was a camera in his room that was facing the door, like it would, trying to catch people coming, going in. Then there was the camera in the bathroom, and then there was a fourth camera that was underneath Timothy's bed. When it happened, it appears that the camera was like placed down, so it was not recording anything, but it was still electrified and on.
But like the lens portion was facing down, is that what
Yeah.
you mean? And that was under Timothy's bed?
Yes,
Um,
it was laying on top of all the junk that was there.
But
He went
just
nowhere
put off to
without
the
being
side
watched.
Under the bed?
Yes.
Now, you talked about a closet area. Could you describe that in a little bit more detail for the jury?
The closet was right next to, it was in between the stairs and Timothy's bedroom. There was a closet there. When we opened it, there really wasn't anything in there except for a tarp and a cardboard box. But there was a sensor that was attached to the wall. And what it is it's one of those sensors that people buy for alarms. So when you open up a door, it would, it would give an audio alarm, but it's not connected to anything. And that was on the closet door and attached to the wall.
Now, based upon all your, well, let's talk about the upstairs area for a little bit. Could you describe that in for some detail for the jury, the upstairs portion of the bylaw?
Upstairs, I really wasn't part of that too much, but there was a common area, kitchen, and then a bathroom and bedroom.
Did you make observations of the common area of the kitchen? Or?
Not really, no, because I pretty much stayed in the basement. I was guarding the scene. I was securing the scene, make sure nobody went in and out of there.
And ultimately, was a search warrant obtained for that residence?
Yes,
And you were tasked with what at that point?
I helped search the basement.
And you kept the basement area secure from people coming and going?
Yes, made sure nobody came in or out.
Right. And did you observe while you were down there, anybody besides Timothy's body being removed, anything else being removed from the basement area?
No.
Nothing further this time, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Johnson?
Good morning, Officer Stefanich.
Good morning.
You were dispatched to my client's home, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and once you arrived, was my client still performing CPR on Timothy?
Not when I was there, no.
Okay, but you have been informed that she had been in fact attempting CPR on Timothy at some point, is that correct?
That's what the paramedics told me.
Right, so you arrive on the scene, you're talking to, I've got the video from your chest camera. You arrive at the scene, you're talking to a paramedic, and is that when they tell you, well, when we found him, he's downstairs and she's doing the CPR and that sort of thing?
Yes,
Okay, and I also noticed from that chest cam, as you walk in, she's no longer in the basement, she's sitting on the front porch. Do you remember that?
no.
Okay.
I remember she was in the stair area. There's
Okay.
3 sets of stairs. I know she was in the stair area somewhere.
Okay, well, I'll ask my next question. I've got the video up and running, so I can have you take a look at it if it's necessary. But let me ask this next question, may not even be necessary. But I'm wondering what my client's demeanor was when you arrived and when you spoke to her, as you've testified, correct?
She appeared to be distraught.
Okay. Well, let's make sure. Distraught, what is distraught?
Distraught, emotional.
Okay.
I can't remember if she was crying, but, you know, she lost her son, so she was, you know, displaying emotions of distress and,
Okay. Would viewing the video allow you to remember whether or not she was crying?
sure.
Okay, I don't even think you need the sound, but I have headphones in case you do. May I approach you on?
You may.
And this is, again, you have a chest video camera on your chest. Okay, you have cameras on your chest.
Yes.
Police issue,
Sorry.
and it's running during the entire time you're in this room.
Yes.
Test video.
May I approach?
But we just call it
So-
body cam.
Let's see if this works, officer. This is at 12:37, and I'm just going to run a few seconds so you can see.
I mean, I guess if she was crying, I guess. She probably was. Why would she not be?
Can you just aim a little more toward him? It's not an admitted exhibit yet, so I just want to make sure the jury doesn't see it.
Is that enough for your, refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you,
I
Your
mean-
Honor. All right. Given that refreshed recollection, can you remember if
Okay.
my client was crying or not when you saw her?
Yes, she was crying.
Okay. And you mentioned she, well, never mind, you testified to that. You also mentioned finding leg shackles in the bed.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, as I recall, watching the video and reading your report, you then checked the furniture for scratches.
Correct.
Why, explain to the jury why you checked the furniture for scratches, please.
I checked to see if the child had been chained to a bed or something like that.
Yes, because if the child had been chained to a bed, you might expect to find, if it's a wooden furniture, scratches to where the chain rubbed against the wood. Is that what you're looking for?
That is correct. I'm looking to see if there's, the handcuffs are pretty hard.
Okay.
And if they were chained to a bed post or something like that, there should have been, you know, damage to that because of,
Metal handcuffs.
correct.
Okay. Did you discover any scratches or any damage that reflected that possibility, or at least in your mind?
No.
I have no further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Just a couple of brief ones. Officer Stefanich, in terms of those handcuffs, you said, Mr. Johnson asked you, and you said that you checked the furniture that you could see in terms of seeing if there's any scratch marks on that, and you didn't locate any. Is that correct?
Correct.
You recall what material Timothy's bed was actually made of, though?
It was metal.
You didn't observe any scratches on that, though, did you?
No.
That's all.
That's it.
A recross, Mr. Johnson?
No, sir, thank you.
Right.
Yeah. No, because he just destroyed
Thank you,
yours.
Officer Stefanich. You can stand down.
Oh, I guess the
Thank you.
jury doesn't get to ask
May he be
everybody
excused, Mr. Roberts,
questions.
or-
Yes.
All right. Mr. Johnson, may this witness be excused? Mr. Johnson?
Your Honor, I don't require Officer Stefanich to remain on the premises, but I'd like him to remain under subpoena in case we need to recall him.
Okay.
Thank you. We can do that.
All right, that's fine. So, Ms. Officer Stefanich, I'm assuming, we didn't discuss it, I guess, in specific. The parties agreeing to a sequestration order of witnesses, I'm assuming, Mr. Roberts?
But for my investigating officers, I don't have anybody else here,
Okay,
Judge. so
all right, all right.
It's
So,
effectively a sequestration order.
you don't want him to remain in the courtroom, though, correct?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, so Officer Stefanich, you're still under subpoena, so I do not want you to discuss your testimony with anyone else until released from the subpoena. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, you are excused.
But get
All right,
out.
Mr. Roberts, who's your next witness?
The next witness is Officer Peasky.
will that be a,
Half an hour, so if you want to take a break now.
yeah, I think I was gonna take a break at 10:30, but this is one of those natural breaks. So, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break.
No idea
Mr.
what just
Weaver will
happened right
escort
there.
you back to the jury room. There's water back there. And we'll be back, let's call it 10:30. Thank you.
Don't think they discuss anything right here.
Seated. Anything for the record before we recess, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Johnson?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, court's in recess.
Thank you.
All right, still not hearing anything great for her. I mean, come on, that poor kid did nothing. Did nothing. Everywhere he went, he was watched. Everywhere. Cameras were everywhere. Ugh. I cannot imagine. And I'm sorry, if you go on a hunger strike, you don't lose. If you're supposed to weigh 132 pounds on average, and you go on a hunger strike for 2 weeks, you don't lose half your weight. I mean, if that was the case, everybody'd go on a hunger strike for 2 weeks and lose weight. That's a dumb thing. It's a dumb excuse. And yeah, I believe she was crying. I don't really care at this point. Maybe the defense will make me, maybe they'll change my mind. This is the state's responsibility, is what they're supposed to do. Make us think, yeah, you got her. So far, I have zero sympathy for her. And I don't think she should be chewing gum in court. That's bugging me. So this news station split day one up into 2 little parts. So we'll do this little first part, and then I've got the other day ready to go. I don't know. Like I said, they're kind of are weird. Sometimes it seems like it takes Jerry so long. Like, just sit down.
Maybe
All
seated.
right.
Mr. Roberts, you can call your next witness.
Call Officer Ryan Peasky.
All right. Morning, Officer Peasky. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. This matter now pending. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That looks like
All right, you can put your hand down, grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
My name is Ryan Peasky. First name is Ryan, R-Y-A-N. Last name Peasky, P-I-E-S-K-E.
Thank you. Sir, could you state your occupation for the record, please?
I'm a police officer with the Norton Shores Police Department.
And I would like to direct your attention back to July 6th of 2022. Were you working in your capacity as a detective for the Norton Shores Police Department at that time, sir?
Yes, I was.
And on that date, on July 6th of 2022, were you dispatched to an address at 4788 Marshall in the city of Norton Shores, County of Muskegon, State of Michigan?
That is correct.
And what was the nature of the dispatch when you go into that address?
I was going to guess
at the time that
detective
you were
because he
called?
wasn't in
I was
uniform.
contacted by Detective Sergeant Joel Hooksema requesting that we respond to a suspicious death investigation.
And did you go to that location?
I did, yes.
And when you arrived at the scene, and we've discussed this in the hallway, there's one individual that we are only going to refer to by initial, the initial G. But can you describe, including that person, can you describe who was present at the scene when you arrived?
There was
Approximately, you don't.
Yeah, there was several police officers on scene. There was Ms. Vander Ark, there was G, there was Paul Ferguson, and the deceased.
And did you have an occasion then to, was Timothy Ferguson's body still in the premises at that time?
Yes, it was.
And did you have an occasion to observe his body at that scene at that time?
I did observe his body.
And what observations did you make about his physical person at that point in time, other than the fact that he was deceased?
That he was extremely malnourished, at least it appeared that way. Very skinny. You could see bones protruding from his body. You could see his ribs through his skin.
And did you then observe did you take an opportunity to observe the rest of the residence?
I did, yes.
And so we've already had it described Officer Stefanich as a bi-level residence, and Timothy Ferguson's body located in the lower level of that residence. Did you have an occasion to observe the rest of the lower level at that time?
At some point during the day, I did observe the rest of the lower level. I don't know exactly where that falls in line with.
But you did at some point observe the lower.
Certainly, yes.
And specifically, did you have an occasion to observe that there were cameras in that residence?
Yes, there were several cameras throughout the lower level of the residence.
And at some point then, did you also observe the upper level of the residence? Again,
I
not
did.
sequentially, but at some point.
Yes, I did.
Specifically related to the kitchen area, did you make some observations of the kitchen area?
Yeah, in the kitchen area, there were locks on some of the cabinets in the refrigerator, the freezer.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Certainly, yes.
Now, ultimately, did you have an occasion then to conduct an interview with the defendant, Ms. Vander Ark?
I did later on that afternoon, yes.
Now, for the record, could you point out Ms. Vander Ark and identify what she's currently wearing if she's in the courtroom right now?
She's right there sitting in between the defense attorneys. She's wearing a black jacket. It appears, or dark blue. I can't tell.
Keep your voice up just a little bit if you can. The microphone will amplify, but not too much, so if you can just keep it up. So you need to make sure that all the jurors can hear what you're saying. So you did conduct an interview with Ms. Vander Ark at some point in time, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And I would ask that the record reflect that this witness has also identified the defendant, Your Honor. Specifically, I want to direct you to portions of that. And at the time that you talked to Ms. Vander Ark,
They keep talking about the locks on the cabinets and the refrigerators and everything. What was the name of that family? I think they were in Arizona when two of the kids escaped that kept them all shackled, chained to the beds. Everything was locked. That there was a ton of kids. I don't even remember how many there were, and they're all like malnourished, very small. There was pictures of them at Disney that had thing 1, thing 2, thing to whatever number it was, 9 or 10 or 11. I cannot remember how many kids they had. Those people, this is what she reminds me of, those people, but she only targeted one child of hers, not all her children. But I cannot think of their names. I can see their dumb Disney pictures because I felt so bad for those kids. Like, good for you getting paraded out in public from Disney. At least you got to go outside, unlike this kid.
you already had an occasion to observe what you just described in terms of the kitchen area with locks on the freezer and the refrigerator.
Yes, I observed those things prior to speaking with her.
And did you ask her about those?
I did ask her about those.
And did she indicate to you what Timothy's connection was to the locks on the freezer and the refrigerator and any
Yeah.
other access to food?
She indicated that those locks were to prevent him from sneaking food or snacking on food that he wasn't supposed to have. That there was a pantry that was open that he had access to, but he did not have a key to those locks.
But specifically, did she indicate that that there was a pantry that did not have any type of lock on it?
Yes,
And did you observe that pantry?
I don't recall the pantry specifically, but
So as it related to Timothy's access, he did not have access. She indicated to you he did not have access to the refrigerator or to the freezer.
that is correct, yes.
And did you talk to Ms. Vander Ark about the circumstances leading up to Timothy going on any type of hunger strike?
Yeah, she had indicated that he had a hunger strike that he went on in January, starting after January 3rd, that lasted maybe 18 to 19 days. And then an additional hunger strike that started approximately 2 weeks prior to us being at the home.
So, and you're there in July, so she's talking about two separate incidents where he stopped eating, is that right?
That is correct.
The first one occurring in January, the second one occurring leading up to Timothy's death.
Yes.
And the January hunger strike, did you later come to learn that there was we'll call it what it is, a traumatic event where an individual had a stroke and was out of the home at that point in time?
Yeah, at that time, Adam Vander Ark had a stroke and could no longer live at the home. So I believe that stroke happened on January 3rd, and this happened shortly thereafter.
So Timothy's first hunger strike, she's indicating to you, took place sometime after January 3rd, after Adam had the stroke.
That is correct, yes.
And is it your understanding that Adam Vander Ark is actually the father of the minor child that we're identifying as G?
That is correct, yes.
But he's not the biological father of Timothy Ferguson or the older child, Paul Ferguson, who was also in the home.
That's also correct, yes.
So she's talking about the hunger strike, talking about the second hunger strike now that she's referring to leading up to Timothy's death. Did she indicate to you at any point in time prior to his death that she realized how serious it was getting and tried to get him to eat?
So she had indicated that not until the night prior to his death, that at that time she realized how bad it was. She had threatened to take him to the ER if he didn't eat, that he ate a piece of toast with some butter on it, or at least she saw him take a few bites of it, and then she walked away, and that he said he was done eating it, and he went downstairs for the night.
And so did she indicate how it was that he went downstairs or what happened when he went downstairs to go to bed for that night?
That he went downstairs on his own, that she had told him good night, but he did not come back upstairs to say good night to her, that she walked down to the bottom of those stairs and said, asked for a hug, and that he had refused to give her a hug at that time.
So this is the
Blame
night
him.
before he is deceased, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you what happened in the morning when Timothy was discovered?
She indicated that she heard a thud in the night, that it was Timothy falling out of his bunk bed, that it happened sometime in an hour that was ended with a 30, like for example 5:30. She said that she had originally thought it was 5:30, but that she had been told that it couldn't have been 5:30 because Timothy was already deceased at that time. So she then hears this, she goes downstairs to check on him, and finds that he's not breathing.
So initially, there was an indication that she believed it was 5:30. I think we've had some testimony from Officer Stefnich to that effect. But based on information that she had received from ProMed, did she then indicate it wasn't 5:30, but at some point earlier in the evening, or earlier in the morning, I should say, that she went to check on Timothy?
Can I correct myself? I just said that she had found him not breathing. At that time, she didn't, he was, according to her, still breathing at that time.
Right, and
That was
that's
a mistake
kind
I
of
made.
what we were getting at, is that at some point in the night, at some point in the morning, again, at the same mistake, at some point that morning, she checked on him because he had fallen out of bed.
Yes.
And he was responsive at that point in time, is that correct?
That's what she said, yes.
Right, and by the time she was talking to you, the 5:30 had been essentially disproven because of information she'd gotten from ProMed
Yes.
about how long Timothy had been deceased, but she relayed to you it was some time ending in the 30.
That is correct, yes.
But he was alive and responsive at that point in time.
Yes, sir.
Right, so then did she then indicate what happened when she discovered him, from essentially the second time then?
Yeah, so then the second time, she had called for him in the morning. She had woke up, got ready for work, called for him. He didn't answer. That she went downstairs to check on him, found him not breathing, that her son Paul helped remove him from the top bunk of the bed onto the floor. And that's when he was found deceased.
And so she's specifically talking about removing him from the top bunk of the bed. Did you observe that bed in the basement area?
I did observe the bed in the basement, yes.
And she indicated that Paul helped her get Timothy off of the bed because he was not responsive at that point in time.
That is correct, yes.
Did you ever ask her if she had any photographs on her phone of Timothy from January, the time of the stroke, until
Yeah,
then?
I had asked her if she had photographs on her phone. She said that she would have photographs of the other kids, but not of Timothy after that January 3rd date.
But she did have photos of the other boys on her phone.
That's what she said. yes.
She said. Again, by the time you're talking to Ms. Vander Ark that day, you'd already conducted a search or aware of items that were removed from, or seized, or to be seized from that home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One of those items was some leg shackles that we've had some testimony at from officers for Stefnich. Did you ask Ms. Vander Ark about what the leg shackles were for?
Yeah, she said that she had purchased the leg shackles from her Amazon account. I don't remember if it was a month or several months prior.
we know where you can
that
get
they
'em.
were for her son Paul to use on a TikTok video, and that it didn't involve any use on any human being, but it was for Legos or something along the lines of that.
But the leg
Legos?
shackles she indicated to you were for Paul.
Correct.
For a TikTok video. At that point in time, we were also aware that there was a closet in the basement area that had some type of alarm on it, or some type of sensor on the door indicating if somebody was moving in and out of that closet.
Yes, yep, I asked her about the alarm on the closet. She told me that she had some sewing equipment that was in that closet that she didn't want anybody to have access to.
For sewing equipment.
For sewing.
Did you observe any sewing equipment in the basement?
There was sewing equipment in the basement, but it was in the open area of the basement landing, which is where Timothy's bed was also, well, the bunk bed was also.
So the sewing equipment was not in the closet where this alarm was on the door. Again, her statement to you being because the sewing equipment, that's what the alarms were for.
Yeah, the sewing equipment was not in the closet where the alarm was.
Did you have occasion to actually go into that small closet area?
Yes.
And what observations did you make about that closet area?
In that closet area, there was a blue tarp that was laid out on the floor, that it smelled like urine and feces. And that's essentially it.
You already referenced the fact that you observed multiple cameras inside the home. Did you ask Ms. Vander Ark what the purpose of those cameras were?
Yeah, I did ask about the cameras. She indicated that they were for G to watch him because he had been stripping down naked and walking around the home.
So the cameras were for G because he would strip naked and walk around?
Yes.
Did she offer any
Okay.
explanation as to how having the camera would stop somebody from walking around naked?
Not that it would stop, but that she could tell that it was happening so that she could address it.
As part of that, then, did she relate to you, or did you come to understand that those cameras allowed her to communicate through the camera in some fashion?
Yes, she said that she was able to communicate, like two-way communication was actually available through the cameras, or some of the cameras, in which she could talk and also be heard and that she could hear what was happening.
Were you also aware that there had been some hot sauce located in the downstairs bathroom of that residence?
Yes, there was a bottle of hot sauce that was located on the counter.
You know what they were
And
probably
what did she
doing with that
indicate to
hot
you was
sauce.
the purpose of that hot sauce?
Awful.
She said that it was for food, that Timothy liked spicy food, and that it was used for food.
I doubt it.
Did she offer any explanation why it was in the bathroom?
She did not. She said that when she last saw it, it was upstairs.
I can't with this woman.
Did you, getting back to the shackles for just a moment, did you ask her if she ever used those shackles to restrain Timothy in any way?
Yeah, she indicated that she had not ever used those shackles to restrain Timothy.
Did you believe her?
Thank you, officer. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Johnson, any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Officer Pierce, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, did you also conduct an interview later with Paul Ferguson?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay, you did an interview with Mr. Ferguson, correct?
That is correct.
And how long after this event did you do your interview?
S-
Being at the house at this event, when you were at the house, how
Okay.
long afterwards?
Well, there's two separate interviews that I did with Paul Ferguson, one while we were at the home, and then one the next day at the police department.
I'm talking about, okay, that's the one the next day at the police department. You did an interview with him, took about an hour and 45 minutes, is that correct?
And you're referring specifically to the one at the police department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't recall the amount of time it took, but certainly it was a lengthy interview.
Okay, and it would, and the subject matter of the interview was what's going on at Paul's home, correct?
Correct, yes.
Do you remember during the course of this interview, if at any time do you have to explain the gravity of the situation to Paul? Now, do you have to explain to him what's wrong here, what's going on here, why this is horrible, why this is terrible? You have to explain those things to Paul?
Not necessarily explain, but we did talk about the magnitude of what was happening.
And why did you do that? Why did you have to explain it to him?
That's a good question. I think
Was
that
it
he
in
was,
response to his answers to your previous questions?
yeah, I think that would be a good way to explain it.
He seemed to be minimizing. Would you say that? Minimizing how big a deal this was? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I
Do you-
certainly think that would be the case.
Do you blame him?
Would you agree that he seemed to be protecting his mother?
Certainly, I agree with that also.
And during the course of your interview, did you feel the need during the course of this interview to, for lack of a better term, have a come to Jesus moment with Paul, explaining to him what's going on here? How
That's
serious it is?
interesting.
I did have that conversation with Paul.
It was your, and tell me if I'm wrong, was it your impression that you needed to do that because he was minimizing what was going on, he was protecting his mom? That was the impression you got, is that correct?
I believe that that's factors in it. Also factors are that he wasn't, I didn't believe him to be entirely truthful about what we were talking about. But
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any redirect, Ms. Roberts?
I'm sorry, Judge, no regrets.
All right. Officer, you can stand down. May this witness be excused, Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Your Honor, my apologies. If I may, I've got a couple questions if I may ask them.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Roberts? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Roberts, do you know which proposal exhibits these two are?
I know the jury asked questions in here because I caught it when I was trying to kind of figure out how I needed to put these videos, but I wonder how he determines who they get to ask questions to, because he was gone. This guy is gone. First officer's gone.
Six.
Okay. All right. Also, when was the last time you were in my client's home?
I don't know that date specifically.
A year and a half ago.
That sounds
Okay,
about right.
all right. And I ask you that because at one point you were asked a question if the refrigerators and the freezer and the cabinets had security locks on them. Do you remember that question?
I do remember that question.
And you recall, as I recall your answer was yes, they did.
I said I wasn't certain about the cabinet, but
That's what I'm getting to. Can I show you photographs and that may refresh your recollection?
certainly.
Okay. I'm showing what's been marked, people's proposals that it's 9 and 6. Can you explain to the jury what those purport to be? What would you think that would be? What's in those photographs?
So there were,
Are we refreshing this witness's recollection, or are we referring to the exhibits themselves?
We're refreshing his recollection.
Okay, well, typically, because they're not admitted, he can review them himself. Because they're not admitted, unless,
I think we had a stipulation, essentially the exhibits were already admitted, Judge. So.
okay, my understanding was there was a
I'm calling-
review of the exhibits, but there wasn't stipulated their admission yet, because Mr. Johnson didn't want to just agree to everything. But I could be wrong, Mr. Johnson. Are you agreeing to the admission of all the people's exhibits at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, we would stipulate to their admission.
Okay, all right
That'll
then.
clear it up.
All right, just to make sure. All right, you
I think
proceed.
that'll make it much easier for
And if it helps, I can pull it up on the monitor. We're going to do that anyway.
Judge is like,
I don't need that, I just want to
Okey-dokey.
refresh your recollection.
Are
All right,
you
go ahead, Mr.
sure?
You know what
Johnson.
those
Thank
pictures
you.
are? I asked that question. You know what those pictures are? You have any recollection of those pictures?
yeah, these are inside of her.
Okay, and part of the picture shows some of the cabinets in that home, is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm specifically, I think, referring to a pantry and the refrigerator and the freezer. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
so,
So like, yeah, these cabinets, and then the refrigerator, but there's a pantry, I think that's what the statement was referring to.
okay, so when you say there's a lot, you weren't referring to that cabinetry? Okay. Maybe I should ask you what you were referring to, that would be kind of novel. When you saw, when you answer the question, were there locks on the freezer, refrigerator, and cabinets? What were you referring to in terms of the cabinets?
That's a great question. I'm referring to statements made by her is what am I off based on what I'm talking about?
Okay.
I'm looking at, I asked her about the locks. She says,
All right.
so I'm referring to what her statement was.
And so, having gone through all this whole exercise, the bottom line is you're not sure about the cabinets, the pantry being locked. Is that what you're saying?
What I can say with certainty is that there are cabinets that were unlocked. The pantry, I don't recall if there was a lock or not on the pantry.
Thank you.
I don't have a follow-up to that.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Here comes the state, probably with
Officer-
pictures of locks.
Mr. Johnson asked you if you were going off of your observations or what Ms. Vander Ark told you. I want to focus on what she told you about the pantry. Did she make a statement to you that the pantry was unlocked? In other words, there was nothing to restrict access to that pantry.
She did make that statement to me.
Thanks.
Any follow-up for that, Mr. Johnson?
No, sir.
All right, now may this witness be excused,
Guess
Mr.
not.
Roberts? Okay, Mr. Johnson, is this witness excused, or would you like him to remain under subpoena?
Your Honor, we are prepared to excuse this witness.
Okay, thank you, officer, you're excused. All right. Mr. Roberts, you can call your next witness.
My next witness is going to be Lieutenant Hooksma, and I am going to connect to the monitor now.
Okay.
Are we in D or G?
We're in D.
D?
Yep.
Well, I will say he is moving right along. Oh, good. Paper bags.
I can do it, but I don't. Pivot the monitor a little bit so there's a
Wanna,
once we connect, I know
He's not in yet.
Okay.
it's connecting right now. so-
Oh, is it, okay.
Well, sounds like
Angle that, I can probably hook him up.
maybe we're gonna see some
If
pictures.
you want to angle the TV
Again,
down,
I-
I'll hook him up when he gets in. So.
This is local news station. I have no idea what they're gonna show, not show.
Matter now pending, you
so-
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be
Been
the truth, the
warned.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Right, put your hand down, grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Lieutenant Joel Hooksema, Joelhoekesema.
Can the members of the jury see that okay? Would it help if we dim the lights at all, or
Dimming the lights a little bit.
dim the lights a little bit? Can you do that, Mr. Cleaver?
There, that's
Is
good.
that better?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Technology's actually working. So it's done as quickly as we can. And sir, could you state your occupation for the record, please?
I'm a patrol lieutenant with the City of Norton Shores Police Department.
He was sworn in, right?
Yes, he was. I want to make sure, can you see it at the exhibit on the
Yes,
monitor?
yep, it's
Okay.
working, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lieutenant, I want to direct your attention back to July 6th of 2022. Were you working in your capacity at that time as a detective sergeant for the City of Norton Shores Police Department?
I was,
And as detective sergeant, were you essentially the officer or the detective in charge of this investigation?
I was,
Your role as detective sergeant, is that the head of the other detectives assigned to the Norton Shores Police Department?
correct,
And since that time, you've been promoted actually to the rank of lieutenant, is that correct?
that's correct.
So again, working back to July 6th of 2022, did you become involved in the investigation into the events that had taken place at 4788 Marshall Road in the City of Norton Shores, County of Muskegon, State of Michigan?
I did,
And did you actually go to that location?
I did,
All right, we're going to go through some photographs for the jury. For the record, these have already been stipulated to as People's Exhibits 1 through 32. They're sequential. The physical copies for the jury have the exhibit numbers on them. We'll go through them one by one for the officer so the jury can see them on the monitors. So, we're looking here at what is going to be People's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to lose count at some point with the exhibits. I know I will. But People's Exhibit 1, what are we looking at in that photograph, Lieutenant?
that is the home where the incident occurred.
And People's Exhibit 2,
That is looking at the front door of the home into the home.
and in that image you can see two sets of stairs, one going up, one going down. That's the bi-level nature of this home, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you arrived on that scene, did you go both to the upper and lower portions of that home?
I first went to the lower portion, then I did go to the upper portion.
Why did you go to it seems obvious, but why did you go to the lower portion first?
That's where the deceased was located.
But you did have an occasion to observe both the upstairs and downstairs of that home, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that substantially, some of these photographs are taken on 2 different days, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, During the course of this, did you conduct 2 separate searches of that home pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes,
And is that the reason why we have photographs from 2 different days?
that's correct.
But you have had an opportunity to review all those photographs in preparation for trial today, and would you agree that those are a fair and accurate depiction of the home as it appeared to you on both July 6th and was the second search warrant on July 7th?
It was correct.
And that's the condition in which the home appeared at the time so that you were there on July 6th and July 7th?
Yes.
So People's Exhibit number 3, what are we looking at in that photograph?
That's the lower level of the home, what's been referred to as the common area, just a main room in the lower level.
Nice.
Where the
And-
deceased was located.
All right, and we can see a sheet here. I know you can't necessarily see what I'm pointing at with a laser pointer, but there's a sheet on the floor on the bottom left-hand portion of that photograph. Is that correct?
Yes,
Is that where the deceased was located when this photograph was taken?
yes, he is under that sheet.
Yikes.
And what are we looking at in this photograph?
That is the same room, just a different angle. You can still see the deceased underneath that sheet, just showing the general appearance of the room.
And the sheet right here, that's the sheet covering the deceased, and is this after the home is searched, or is this the condition it was in when you first observed it?
That is the condition it was in when we first arrived.
And looking on the right side of that, there is what appears to be a bunk bed there, is that correct?
That is correct.
I think we have another photograph of that, but was it your understanding that was Timothy Ferguson's bed?
That is what we have been told, yes.
And what are we looking at in this image?
That is the upper bunk of that loft bed or bunk bed that we spoke of.
You would think he was 2,
and
not
That's,
15.
I believe that's another Norton Shores officer that we can see there with a mask on, and beyond that, there's what appears to be another room there, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's the testimony's been thus far that there are 2 bedrooms, actually, there's the common area, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, and a small closet in the lower level, is that correct?
Yes,
And you observed both of those bedrooms?
I did.
And was it your understanding that those bedrooms belonged to one to Paul Ferguson and one to the minor child, G?
That's correct.
And so we're looking at the top bunk and looking towards one of those bedrooms, is that correct?
That is correct. That would be G's bedroom.
All right, and what are we looking at in this next photograph?
That is the upper level of the home, the kitchen.
And again, looking at this photograph, is this taken prior to any search actually taking place?
No, this was the scene of the home as we found it.
So the items all strewn about are not, you see on television, police officers going in and emptying drawers and throwing stuff around. Did any of that occur prior to this photograph being taken?
No, we don't operate that way. We take care of the property that we're searching.
There's going to be a better view of it, but on the extreme right side of that photograph is what appears to be a refrigerator. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you can see, we'll get to it I believe it's in the next photograph anyway. Here, are we looking at another view of that photograph?
it is. Another view of that refrigerator.
And so that's a bottom freezer, so a refrigerator where the refrigerator is on top and the freezer portion is on the bottom, is that correct?
Correct.
And there appears to be a lock on the bottom portion of that, or 2 locks there actually, but one lock with a front connection point on that freezer, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is this the upper portion, the refrigerator portion?
Yes.
All right, and that also appears to be a lock as well with a keyhole, correct?
Yep. Correct.
And is that just a wider shot of, so you can see both the upper and lower portion of that refrigerator?
That's correct.
There's a door slightly ajar there. Where does that door go to?
That's what's been referred to as the pantry.
And what are we looking at in this photograph?
Another view of the kitchen area. You can see the stairs leading down to the main entrance, as well as a chest freezer.
And next to the freezer, it appears to be a coat rack, is that right?
Yes.
And there's a large white tub there. Do you recall what was located in that tub?
I believe it was dog food.
So those
Well,
are
at least the dog
stairs
got to
the
eat.
stair rail we can see there. Those are the stairs that come up from the front door.
Yes.
And immediately then to your right, as you come up those stairs, is that door to the pantry, correct?
Correct.
And what are we looking at in that image?
That's the chest freezer that we just had looked at with the lock on it, the black lock.
And what are we looking at in this image?
There's a photograph of the inside of the refrigerator and portions of the freezer.
And by all accounts, it looks like there's quite a healthy amount of food contained in that portion of the refrigerator. Would that be fair to say?
Absolutely.
Condiments on the door, milk on the door, other items pickles, more mayonnaise, lots of items inside that refrigerator.
Very well stocked.
And is that the freezer drawer portion?
That is the freezer.
And you can see pizza rolls, some type of frozen mac and cheese, a couple of boxes of frozen mac and cheese, and some type of packaged meat, as well as other items in that freezer, correct?
Yes, many options.
And what are we looking at in this?
That's
photo?
inside of the chest freezer, showing all the food available in there.
So there's some frozen chicken, there's some desserts in there, there's some bread.
So basically,
All visible
everybody
in
else
that
got
image.
to eat.
Correct.
Because she doesn't look like she's missed too many
Again,
meals
this
either.
and the refrigerator and the freezer all had locks on them, correct?
Correct.
And what are we looking at in this image?
That's that closet pantry door that was just to the right of the refrigerator near the stairs, and the inside of the pantry area.
And again, there's more food items in there. There's canned soup, cereal, multiple items inside that location. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I think we're back downstairs now. So can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this image?
This is the first search warrant at the home. To the right of the screen, you can see the bunk bed that was designated as the deceased bunk bed. And then the small room door, the closet under the stairs.
And at the very top right portion of that door, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at there?
On the top right of the door is an alarm, which appeared to me to be activated whenever that door would be opened.
We have a close-up of that in the next image. That's the alarm sensor?
Correct. You can see the one sensor part on the door jam and the other sensor part on the door. So when the door is opened, it would trigger.
Now, let's talk for just a moment, because you referenced it just a moment ago. You said that these photographs specifically, these two exhibits were taken during the execution of the first search warrant at the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that was the search warrant that was executed on July 6th, correct?
That is correct.
That's the date that Timothy Ferguson's body was located in the home.
Correct.
And following the conclusion of the execution of the search warrant and all the interviews that were taking place, was Ms. Vander Ark placed in custody at that point in time?
She was not.
Or was she free to remain in the home the night of July 6th leading into July 7th?
She was.
And what are we looking at in this next photograph?
That is the inside of the small room.
And you referred to it as a small room. Is that, throughout the course of this investigation, did you come to recognize that as being referred to as the small room by Ms. Vander Ark as well as Paul Ferguson?
That is correct.
And there's a tarp in there and a box in there. Was anything else
So it's
located
a
in this room?
closet.
That was it, just the tarp in that box.
And what was the overall physical condition of that room based on your observations at the time that you were there?
When we opened the door to that room, there was an overpowering odor of urine. Very offensive smell coming from that room.
And is this just another view of that looking down at the tarp that you had referred to?
Correct.
And what are we looking at with this image here?
That is a view from the inside of the door. For the small room, the door is open, and that is what would be on the inside of the room.
And it appears that there's a crack in the door, is that correct?
It does.
This next image is that the other side of that door?
Correct, that would be the opposite side of the door, also noting the damage to the door, the crack.
Now, this next photograph appears to be the same area that appears in the earlier exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
But what's different, it's obvious, but what's different about this photograph than the earlier photograph?
The alarm for the door is missing.
And when was this photograph taken?
This photograph was taken on the July the 7th when we executed the second search warrant the next day.
So this was taken after Ms. Vander Ark was allowed to remain in the home the night after the execution of the first search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
And when you go back for the search warrant on the second day, the alarm that you had previously observed has been removed from the door.
That is correct.
And you photographed
Kinda let
it
you
for-
know.
for that reason.
Yes, I recognize that it was missing, so I photographed it.
Somebody thought they
And then
were
working
doing
backwards
something
is
wrong,
the
or they
same-
would
that
never have
same
taken
door,
it
but just
down.
showing it without the alarm and on the second day when you went back.
That is correct.
And what are we looking at in this image?
That is a view of the bathroom on the lower level.
And specifically on that countertop there, on the bathroom counter, there appears to be some type of camera, is that right?
Yes, there is.
And you've heard Officer Steffanich's testimony earlier today about a camera that appear to be motion activated or following when he was in the bathroom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that camera?
That is.
And what are we looking at there?
I had stepped further into the bathroom and took that photograph, so the vanity to the left side looking into the toilet shower area.
And Officer Stefnich noted, and you can see in that photograph, is there a shower curtain on that shower?
There is no shower curtain.
And the camera is just off to the, now in this image, it's just off to the, on the left side of the screen, is that correct?
That's correct.
But if it's motion activated, it stands to reason that a person in the shower or on the toilet, that camera could turn to track their movements in the bath and or on the toilet.
It'd certainly be in view of it, yes.
And what image are we looking at here?
This is the vanity within that lower level bathroom that we had previously looked at.
Now, if you look back, the camera is no longer in that, in this second image. Was the camera taken as part of the search warrant?
It was.
And so now we're looking down at the vanity, and what, if anything, did you note in terms of the investigation here in that photograph?
Unusual items for a bathroom vanity, such as a bottle of hot sauce and a bag of zip ties.
And the hot sauce is right here, and the zip tie is right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's just keep moving for just a little bit. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
That's a close-up of the bottle of hot sauce.
Extreme Regret, Scorpion, Carolina Reaper hot sauce.
That is some, I guarantee you, that is some hot sauce. Whatever they did with that hot sauce was probably horrible. The prosecutor made remarks in his opening statement, which I get's not evidence, but that he was forced to eat that on bread. And then 30 minutes later, if he ate the bread with the hot sauce 30 minutes later, he could have some food. I'm going to assume that 30-minute window was to make sure he didn't throw it up because it's so hot. That's horrible.
That's correct. Screaming hot.
Screaming hot, yeah. And was this taken into evidence?
It was.
And what are we looking at in this next image?
Those would be the leg shackles that were found in the lower level of the home.
Glad to know we can get
This is
those on
probably a good time.
Amazon,
You've
by
got
the way.
some other physical exhibits with you.
Yeah.
If we could go ahead and just have those marked at this point, and I'll let you know what to mark what.
But you know that hot sauce wasn't in the bathroom for his bread.
What items would you like out?
Let's start with the hot sauce.
Bathroom hot sauce?
Let's give her some,
Well,
can
there's two
we?
hot. It's my understanding you have two types of hot sauce there. Is that correct?
Yeah, one that was located in the bathroom, one that was located on the kitchen floor.
We'll go ahead and mark that first hot sauce, the bathroom one, number 38.
Would you like these removed from the bags?
I think the jury can see, at least with the hot sauce one, I think we can leave that one as is. So we'll mark that one as number 38. And this is, for the record, this is the hot sauce that was removed from the bathroom vanity.
Correct.
Yeah, people.
Permission to publish to the jury, Judge? Yes. These have been admitted.
By stipulation.
Oh, these paper and microphones is great.
Now, this next item are shackles. We'll go ahead and mark those as number 41.
Surprised
These
he's not
shackles
using
that we can see
gloves.
in that photograph there.
That is correct.
And maybe this is a clumsy way to ask the question, but what type of shackles are those? We're talking about types of material.
They are metal shackles, appear to be of the same quality and type that we would use in our employment as police officers.
And does the handcuff key that you would typically carry open these shackles?
Yes.
Again, glad to know we can get those on Amazon for everyone. It's kind of weird. Amazon,
What else do we have?
don't be weird.
Cameras. Hot sauce.
This is the second bottle of hot sauce that was recovered from the residence?
Correct. This is the hot sauce that was located on the floor of the kitchen.
Same type of hot sauce, this one located in the kitchen area, is that correct?
That's correct.
We'll have this one marked and previously admitted as People's 39, Judge.
I mean, I wouldn't like it if it was like Frank's or Tabasco because I don't like hot sauce. So that'd be torturous enough for me, but that hot sauce is torture for anybody.
Zip ties.
Like you can handle it, but you can't handle a lot.
Exhibit number 40.
Spit your gum out. It's driving me nuts, lady. You should know better. He should know better. Plus, I just don't think at this point you deserve to have a piece of gum in your mouth. Maybe later I will.
Yes, sir.
I can have Mr. Weaver collect those if you want to continue.
I think they're just about done. I just wanted to make sure everybody had an opportunity to look at those before we move to the... There's two more, I believe. It's the second hot sauce and the zip ties making their way around. So.
I don't want to hold you up on questioning, so.
I wanted everybody to have an opportunity to look at them before we moved on anyway, such so.
Alright, come on. Quit messing with the paper.
Jury's had an opportunity to, I think, observe all of those there. Do you need just a moment to put those back in the bag?
Alrighty, let's focus back on where we're
And
at.
again, for the record, those were People's Exhibits. People's Exhibits 38 and 39 were hot sauce, Exhibit 40 was the zip ties, and Exhibit 41 was the leg shackles, all previously admitted by stipulation, Judge. All right, moving on with our exhibits here and photographs, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that is still in that large common room in the basement of the home, or the lower level of the home, kind of a knee wall there, and you can see a camera sitting on top of a software box, it appears.
And it was that projecting out to some area in the
Yeah,
common area?
that specific camera was looking at the area of Timothy's bunk bed and the door to the small room.
And this next image?
Those are some keys that were found in the home.
And there's a number of remote controls attached to those. What do those appear to be?
It was my understanding that those remote controls could activate the sensor alarms that were on the doors.
And this next image?
That's an ice maker that was in the kitchen countertop.
And the next image there?
Same ice maker, just full of ice.
Now, Detective, or excuse me, Lieutenant, at some point, at some point, there were some cell phones seized from the residence, is that correct?
That is correct.
Including a cell phone belonging to Ms. Vander Ark.
That is correct.
And did you have an opportunity, as part of the investigation, did the Norton Shores Police Department perform an extraction of that cell phone?
Yes.
And seems obvious, but what is the purpose of extracting information from that cell phone?
Often cell phones can contain evidence of the crime that we're investigating.
Your Honor, for this next portion, we've discussed already that Lieutenant Hooksma and Detective Alm will be reading a portion of the text messages. So I think we're prepared to do that at this point in time. This will be, for the record, this is going to be previously stipulated to being admitted as People's Exhibit number 36, and this is an excerpt of those text messages. And you've had an opportunity to review those text messages, is that correct?
I have.
And these text messages come directly from the extraction of the cell phone that was performed on Shanda Vander Ark's cell phone, is that correct?
Correct. And
And you've had an opportunity to review these, and did these depict different moments in time from February to July of 2022, a conversation, or conversations, I should say, between Shanda Vander Ark and Paul Ferguson?
that is correct.
So we need one more chair up there, actually, is what we're gonna need.
Mr. Roberts, so
Yes, sir.
Detective Hooksma is going to be playing the part of the defendant, I believe you said, or is it?
No, actually, Detective Alm will be reading the defendant's portion, and Lieutenant Hooksma will be reading Paul
Paul
Ferguson's.
Ferguson, okay, all right.
All right, we're kind
We just need to share.
of reenactment here.
I got an extra one, I think. So just so the jury understands, usually a witness can read both parts. It can get a little confusing, obviously, because it's the same voice. So the parties have stipulated essentially that Detective Hooksma will be reading the text messages of Paul Ferguson, and Detective Alm, who is coming up as of now, is reading the part of the defendant. I think we probably should swear her in, so Detective.
Ms. Gilmore just pointed that out, Judge. I think
Yeah.
that's probably a good idea for this portion.
All right, Detective Alm, in the matter now pending, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down, grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
My first name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last is Alm, Alm.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Roberts.
Your Honor, can we get the lights on?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Does that help? Is that good right there? or-
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, for the record, you'll be reading verbatim the text messages between Shanda Vander Ark and Paul Ferguson. And we've also taken some lengths to make sure that you're identifying the dates and approximate times where these text messages are being sent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
It'll
when
be,
if we move to a different day, there's an indication there so the jury understands what days we're talking about, correct?
that's correct.
I believe you could begin.
First, rude, and second, why are his hands free? And what did he get into that he felt he needed to brush his teeth to hide it?
Sorry, I don't know he was up.
What do you mean you didn't know he was up? Has he not been?
I don't think we got a date
Oh, yeah.
of this particular
Oh.
section, so before we get into it.
The date is 2/18/2022.
Thank you.
First, rude, and second, why are his hands free? And what did he get into that he felt he needed to brush his teeth to hide it?
Sorry, I didn't know he was up.
What do you mean you didn't know he was up? Has he not been upstairs against the wall?
No,
What? Why the heck not?
I just didn't.
What the heck has he been doing?
According to him, he's just been setting. I don't know, though. I didn't know he was awake.
Find out what he has snuck right the heck now, because I know he has snuck stuff since you weren't doing what you were supposed to. What do you mean you didn't know he was awake? You both should have been awake at 10:30. I am not happy. You know he wasn't just sitting there. Check the brownies in the kitchen. Check everything not locked away. Check where the flipping keys have been.
I already checked everything. And that con-
Break moving on to a different day, correct?
Correct, that concludes that section. The next date is February the 28th.
And check his breath. I can almost guarantee he's eaten something. He was chewing on something when he walked downstairs. You and I will be talking about this on a later date when we're both home.
Yes, he grabbed chips, I know.
And the break there?
Yes, the next text thread starts on March the 4th at 8:59 PM. KK.
So if you didn't catch that, she's reading the part of the defendant. He's reading the part of her son, Paul, who's also been charged, but not with unaliving. He's been charged with, I believe he's going to plead guilty to first-degree child abuse. And I believe he's going to testify here against his mother. And I believe her defense attorney, I believe a lot of things. I think the defense attorney said in his opening statement, we're also going to get to hear from her. So it's
About 5, maybe 10 minutes. So I'll have you up if you're tired of the
oh,
hearing.
it looks like she's having an issue. I'm not trying to not be compassionate because I am a pretty compassionate person, but you're crying because you heard your words and they're horrible and they're not helping you. Is that your issue? I'm trying to lean around the prosecutor. I don't control the view of the camera, unfortunately.
All right, you may be seated. Just for purposes of the record, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Johnson had a sidebar with the court indicating, Mr. Johnson indicated that his client was suffering some distress, specifically a panic attack, and he asked for 5 minutes. I think that's reasonable. So at this point in time, court is going to take a brief recess. Mr. Johnson, just please let the bailiff know when your client is well enough to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right? We're in recess.
That's rich. That's rich. She's in distress. Okay. We'll feel sorry for you. Let me see. Never. Never. From everything we have heard so far. All right. Are we gonna do anything or just go to the second part of this day? Again, I cannot, they break in weird spots and I can't control it. Yeah, oh, 0 sympathies.
You may be seated.
0.
We're back in the record in 23110 People State of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark. Mr. Johnson, is your client well enough to proceed at this time?
I believe so, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything before we bring the jury out, Mr. Roberts?
Where do you want to restart, I guess? They were in the middle of their testimony.
But
I don't
none
know
of those sirens are
what part
me.
got interrupted, so,
I think we were on the third date, I thought.
third of March.
I've got it, there on, the pages are sequential because of the
Oh.
printout. They're not sequential in what they're reading because there's some gaps. I have them on page 4227.
Okay,
Was that
thank you.
sound accurate to you, mister?
That's fine. with me.
Okay, anything else before we bring the jury out? Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I do anticipate at some point there's, and we'll probably get to that point right before lunch, and that's a logical stopping point. It's a couple of days ahead in the testimony, but there's an image that gets sent to Ms. Vander Ark.
Okay.
We discussed this previously. This is an image of Mr. Ferguson while he's alive.
Okay.
It was sent to her to demonstrate the concerns that Paul Ferguson had about his condition. And I do intend to project that so the jury can see that there's a photograph associated with those particular text messages. So I would ask to reconnect to the monitors, and those photographs are going to be admitted. When we get to that portion of the text messages, though, that presents itself as a likely stopping point for the lunch break. It'll probably take about 15, 20 minutes to get to that point.
Okay, so we're gonna, your intention is to put the image on the screen
Yes,
of Mr. Ferguson?
yes, he's alive. This is why he's alive, Judge, so. As I indicated, any of the images that we have of him while he's deceased are going to go privately to the jury and not be projected on the screen.
Judge doesn't like that idea.
I think my preference in respect for Mr. Ferguson is not to publish that on the screen because we are broadcasting here. I don't think that's appropriate or respectful to him. I don't mind if the jury sees that, if it's published to him in private, but I don't think that's appropriate based on we have TV or we have cameras in the courtroom. So,
Well, I have them printed, so when we get to that point, Judge, I will just
They
ask to
must be
present them
bad.
to the jury. Those are, for the
Okay.
record, those are going to be 36A and B, because they relate directly to exhibit number 36. And these are sub-exhibit of that exhibit, 36A and B.
Okay.
That I will present to the jury at that time when we get to that text message. And again, when we get to that point, I think that would probably be a good point to stop for the lunch break.
okay, all right. Anything to say on that, Mr. Johnson?
We're supportive of the court's position, not that it makes a difference, but we do support it, and I think that's the appropriate resolution.
Of course they do.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I did notice your client is chewing gum.
Me too.
Is that something that is necessary?
No, sir.
Okay, would you have her please spit that out?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. That
With
was
that,
driving me
let's
nuts.
bring the jury in. All right, please rise.
About freaking time. Alrighty, so we're gonna end this one. Let me go grab the other one. Like I said, this station takes no natural breaks. So I don't know if we missed any because they just cut off because they're weird. So I don't know if we missed anything. I can't get it because even I looked when I was trying to figure out when the breaks were, when they weren't. Court TV doesn't have it. They're not in any control of what is happening. With this feed, with these cameras. Or anything like that. So I have zero control over it. But I'm assuming this is when they get back from lunch. And I assume we should hear some more text messages because we were just getting into those.
Mr. Roberts, you can go ahead and recall your witnesses.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. Both reminded you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Grab a seat. Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Lieutenant and Detective Baum, I believe we left off on June 13th, a series of text messages that ended on June 13th. So if you would like to continue with the next portion.
June 19th, 5:23 PM. Should he be laying down?
Yeah, it's fine today, I told him. You can do his bread with hot sauce at any time, though preferably sooner than later. Put more hot sauce than you did yesterday, please. And he has to eat at least 3 slices with hot sauce, but may have more, as long as they all have plenty of hot sauce on them.
There's a break there.
June 21 at 8:03 PM.
Headed home now.
KK.
How is everything? Did you make him eat his bread with hot sauce?
I was just about to get up to get it. How many?
4 with hot sauce that he has to eat, and he has allowed and he has allowed another 4 without house sauce. But he has to do the hot sauce when first, and then set a timer for 30 minutes before he can eat the others. I found enough in change to get G some chicken nuggets and french fries from Burger King.
Isn't G lucky?
It's like $3 total, so we will be home as soon as I do that.
And we have another break there.
Next thread is June 27 at 5:28 a.m.
TUI and sorry, please don't damage the door kicking it. Trying to help you, but he has laid over now. He has moved around so he got the cuffs in front of him instead of behind him. I put the cuffs back behind him. I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS.
And a break.
Next one is June 27 at 7:33 a.m.
Okay, he did well enough while I was driving to work to be able to put some clothes on. However, if he misbehaves bunch, you can take the clothes away. One other thing, do not let GCU get upset with Timothy, please. And remember, Timothy's camera is recording, so if he manages to fall asleep because of you not catching something, that's not going to end well for either one of you. Love you, sorry he's being so difficult.
There's a break there.
Next one starts June 27, 12:37 p.m.
You watching him close?
Yes.
Hey, good time for his other cold bath from you.
And another break there.
Start up again June 27 at 10:51 p.m.
Don't worry about responding, please. I am about to call it a night. Timothy is sitting in his room without his hands on his head, but he is sitting there and he doesn't get to sleep. Please give him another cold bath when you get home and make him sit in there for at least 30 minutes. Hopefully with him getting to sit there and not have his hands on his head, he will cooperate better. I will have the camera on overnight as well. I will leave the keys on the back of the couch so you can get him out of his room after you turn off the alarm. And then he can just put his clothes back on and just sit there after his bath. Hopefully you get to sleep more that way. Hopefully both of us do.
KK, if not, you'll have to hold me back from strangling a child. Next one starts June 29, 7:13 a.m.
Just so you know, if he doesn't behave today, I had told him that I am basically turning him over to you from the time you get home today until at least Saturday morning. If he behaves, I will have you let him lay down for a couple of hours today, and then he already had earned having to stay up tonight as well. But if he doesn't behave, he will stay up tonight, tomorrow, and Friday night, and I told him I would let you deal with him if he doesn't behave and stay up like he's supposed to. Hope that's okay. It sure seems to motivate him.
Okay,
He just laid down again.
okay.
What's wrong
Please
with
go
these
get him
people?
up. Feel free to dump some cold water on him. And even if he sits up right before you get there, or as you get there, I honestly don't care if you get a little rough with him. Are you going to get him? Please go ahead and turn the AC on. You will be warming up with your blankets, and that will make sure he doesn't stay too warm.
Okay,
I told Timothy he could rinse his eyes out once you got up. His eyes have been bothering him since last night a little bit. I just sent him to go do that. Please make sure you get G down to his room before you leave. And for the love of all that is good and holy, please close the laundry door. Please close the laundry room door. Is the AC turned on?
And a break there.
resumes on June 29, 8:20.
Okay, so G, they said was 7 at the time this was all happening, which was just, I mean, this trial is current. This is, I know I've done a lot of trials from the past, but this one's happening now. So he's not that old. Obviously, they know enough about what they are doing is wrong to protect G from seeing any of it. So there's some, he says, well, they didn't intend for him to die. Obviously, probably not. But there's some intention behind what they're doing. They're doing horrible things. Keeping him up for days, making him, I guess he was probably supposed to be sitting there with his hands on his head. So you heard her talk about the handcuffs and how he moved them, and she had to move him back, and poor thing wasn't going to get any sleep. This is horrible. This is horrible. She deserves whatever happens to her. I'm sorry. I'm generally on the defensive side, but they better come with something that explains all of this away, because so far this is horrible.
25 p.m.
Trust me, I know he's thin. That being said, he told me a week and a half ago that he wanted to be thin to make me feel bad for punishing him. And you don't get to grump at him for that, though. I already lit into him plenty for it.
Of course he did.
Yeah, so while I want to fix it, he will get most of his calories from plain bread and rice for now, for pulling that. He will get plenty of calories, but not get to enjoy them that way, you know?
KK.
And the other thing, I don't know if you caught it, but she said if you, to this officer that's reading is Paul, the son, if you don't do that, it's not going to end well for either one of you. So I'm not so sure that he's not acting under duress. However, he gets to go out of the house. He goes to work. He could tell somebody then. And he didn't. This kid, they're getting to the point where he passed away in July, so they're in June, to where he's wasting away, and they're complaining. Or yes, she is. They're complaining.
So yeah, we'll tell you more about what he can eat later.
I hate to be insensitive, but can you come out here and deal with Timothy? He tried to steal some chips, and I'm not going to deal with him right now.
ASAP.
Start again June 30, 12:25 p.m.
Once he fixes the camera, we'll leave y'all alone to get stuff done.
And he's already pushing every one of my buttons.
What is he doing?
The whole shaking and I need support crap, and I'm ready to slam him into the ground. He also wet the bed and is covered in urine. Would you say a 5-minute shower with the curtain open so I can watch?
Well, first, you're not gonna slam them anywhere, and you can write him a cold bath, and he needs to wash up, and then he'll need to find clean clothes that don't fall off of him. And then he needs a bath as well anyway. And he will need to wash his sheets, and he will need to wash the tarp. So you need to fold the tarp up to make sure nothing comes on the carpet, and probably take it out back where he could take one of the green and yellow sponges that aren't as nice and some awesome cleaner and scrub the tarp. Sure, 5-minute shower where he can scrub and you can watch his fine as well, but it has to be a cold shower.
Why do you need to
can tell him
watch,
he gets it
weirdo?
cold because he should not be wetting the bed. And please check the carpet and see if he needs to clean that too. There is some different awesome cleaner for carpet that he can use if he needs to. He will need to use a different green and yellow sponge for that. I do not want him using my nice sponges for either of those.
Okay.
Make sure he gets the sheet and his clothes and any other dirty clothes into the laundry and washed ASAP, please.
Okay, now the camera is getting on my nerves. It won't stay where I put it.
Just get him in the shower first, and then we will worry about the camera right after that. If you need another box for the camera, fine. Just want it working soon if possible. And probably a good idea to get Timothy some bread. He can wait on rice till after G's ball game.
And then a break.
We resume at June 30 at 2:52 p.m.
Did you move the pizza out of Timothy's reach before he start working in the kitchen and you aren't watching him? And you're on a device, it looks like.
I did my part. He's just being annoying, and I check on him every minute.
Lovely. I made the mistake of leaving the speaker on for the camera. Why are you screaming? He sure seems to have recovered quickly.
Right?
The fake shaking is about to drive me insane, though.
Yep.
Wow, he moved way quicker all of a sudden. I have repeatedly asked him that was what I thought it was, and he denied it over and over again. Tell him I now know for sure he lied to me repeatedly about what that was on the floor of his room. He needs to put what he collected in the trash in the garbage. He can stand there like this for a long time but not walk normally. He doesn't shake at all for a while standing there, and then apparently remembers he thinks he should be shaking and starts doing it.
Break.
Resume on July the 1st at 12:33 p.m.
Has Timothy stopped the fake stumbling yet? It might be best if you give him like 4 pieces of bread to eat before he starts work. Just make sure he stands up while he eats them, please. That way he has no excuses.
No, and I literally yelled into the speaker for 5 minutes to get him to wake up. Then I had to go drag his butt out bed, which is harder than it sounds because it reeks of urine down there.
Okay, well, his small room and probably the rest of the downstairs after he cleans it up need to be steam cleaned. Get the big steam cleaner that is somewhere in the garage. You'll probably saw it when you cleaned it up. And get that whole area down there steam cleaned, please.
Okay. Resume July 1st at 4:03 p.m. I'm ready to kill Timothy.
You know what time I get off. What's wrong now?
I'm not gonna, but he left his peed and pooped in underthing in the freaking bathroom and I stepped in it.
The camera in his room
Sorry.
needs pickup, please. Ugh.
You deserve
Lots
it.
of hot sauce on bread for that.
I cleaned my foot, but I'm already at my limit.
He shouldn't be doing anything in those, much less both. Grr. Where is he currently?
On the wall downstairs.
Has anything been accomplished?
He cleaned the kitchen, if that's what you mean.
All of it or just the dishes? And will I approve if it's clean or?
I had him clean the counters and do the dishes.
Okay, that's not an answer, but anyway, gotta work. We'll see if I'm pleased when I get home or not. Is he finally walking normally? He can have bread with hot sauce on it. Does need bread though.
I already given 4 pieces of bread earlier. I know he's not walking fine. He's still doing a whole wonky walk.
Do 4 more pieces of bread with hot sauce on them, please. Do me a favor and go ahead and fix him a cup of rice. Instead of using water, use mostly chicken broth. There is some broth in the fridge. Try to get all the way up to the cup with broth, and then if you need a little bit more than a cup of liquid, just be safe, use water. But don't tell him he did that. It's a few extra calories.
Okay.
Break.
Resume July 2, 2:32 p.m. What do I do if he doesn't finish within the assigned time?
Hot sauce.
So apparently this hot sauce isn't just Carolina Reaper. It's also Trinidad Scorpion Chili Pepper.
Yep.
And a break.
Start over July 2 at 3:07 p.m.
Groceries are here. Don't leave Timothy you unattended, but don't want anyone seeing him either.
Why?
He's walking slightly better.
If you guys aren't doing anything wrong.
Start back up July 5 at 7:17 a.m.
Forgot to tell you this before I left. Timothy was doing his fake stumbling and falling last night, of course, so I decided to prove once again how fake it is. I asked him if he would stop doing that if he can eat a whole pizza by himself, and he said yes, of course. And then I told him how obvious it was that it was fake, and he had just proven that yet again. And of course, he just looked down and didn't respond. When are you going to the bike shop? And please let Timothy go to the bathroom and then put him back in his room with the alarm on when you go. G can be in his own room.
Start back up July 5 at 12:05 PM.
Make sure you get Timothy some bread and water.
KK.
If you want him to sit in his room with his hands on his head, that's fine, but Timothy does not get to lay around all day. Have you fed him yet?
Not yet. I was literally about to.
Okay, TY. G is hovering right outside Timothy's store, which might cause Timothy to take even longer because he will claim he was blocked from getting out. Timothy's door, Siri. Just so you know, Timothy hasn't budged. What is his problem?
Og.
Sorry. Please make sure you lock both front and back doors when you leave.
KK. Sorry, I'm just really, really done with this crap.
I understand. I am well past on with it as well. I know this is a big favor to ask. Please make sure you go down there regularly to make sure he is not asleep before you leave. Maybe we should leave the light on. That way it will be harder for him to fall asleep. I really, really, really do not want you to lose hours at work, but I am about to have you call in, at least until I can get home. I don't trust what he's going to try and pull today. I can't believe he keeps getting worse and worse with his stupidity. Now he's refusing to answer me, so go through some cold water on him as well.
Okay.
Please do the water now. He is being beyond stupid.
Okay.
I really don't want G seeing him like that with no clothes on. Question mark, question mark, question mark. You are not reading my messages. Please go back and read them and then go turn the light back on.
So I think she's watching everything from the cameras while she's working. And she works, I think they didn't, the defense attorney say she was like some clerk in the court there, something. It just shows you never, ever know what's going on behind closed doors, ever. But so, yeah, I think she's watching from both of them from work, giving him, the son, Paul, all the whatevers she wants him to do. He's just doing it. Who knows what he's really thinking? You know, at least she was nice enough to say, when he said he just wanted to slam him, that you can't do that. No slamming. Just this super, super hot sauce that probably is horrible and makes him sick every time.
Oh, sorry.
Please make sure you go back and read all of my messages that I wrote just a couple minutes ago because they are important. I'm sorry, I'm trying. I can't work like this when he's doing this. And there's no telling what he'll do when you leave, and I don't want to risk G seeing him like that with no clothing on. Why is he doing this to me? Am I not going through enough already? Feel free to go dump more cold water on him. He moved over where he's not laying in what you dumped on him earlier. Go dump more cold water, Siri.
I know you're trying, Mama, but he's just too selfish. He's either gonna make me lose my job or just royally tick me off.
I won't allow him to make you lose your job, but I don't know what to do today. Go dump some more cold water on him.
Okay.
The camera that was originally in Timothy's small room that is now on my desk downstairs, I believe. Could you possibly set that up in my bedroom before you go? If so, I will have G stay upstairs. Maybe that will help a little.
KK.
Please hurry with the water dumping on him, though. He thinks he's getting away with something.
I know, I'm crushing the ice.
Thank you. Do you think any part of this is real? He's had more of a break in the last couple of days than he did before that. He can't be more tired than he was.
Right?
Please go ahead and set up the other camera so I know it works. And then when you leave, tell G he should not go downstairs at all.
The one with the Tekken app?
No, the one that was in Timothy's room that we pulled out and is now stuck to a box. I think it's still on my desk downstairs.
Oh, okay.
Set that up in my room. I am the only one that has the app for that. That way I can watch G and not worry about him seeing Timothy like this.
KK.
Please check and make sure he has not fallen asleep. I would prefer if you managed to turn him around so I could see his face on camera in the bathroom.
KK.
Is he talking to you at all?
No.
Is he seriously trying to make us believe that he can't communicate?
He's full of it.
Could you put the camera in my room on top of the dog crate? And is he responding to you? Timothy, I mean?
Okay. And no, he's W. Not Siri.
Can you please force him to respond to you, just to make me feel a little better? Be honest with me. Are you worried about him at all? Or is it all a bunch of BS like it has been for days?
It's the same old BS.
So you're not worried at all?
Nope. If I wasn't so angry, then maybe. And that's a big if.
Okay, let me rephrase that question then. Do you honestly believe we should be worried?
IDK. I'm just tired of him being such a nuisance. Also, I called work and told them I'd be late.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I hope they are not upset with you.
Nope.
If you think G will behave himself and stay upstairs, you can try to go to work before I get home. I would recommend starting to look for an Uber in about 30 minutes though.
Are you sure? 'Cause I can and will stay till you get home.
I really want to say go, but I have my concerns, of course. I don't know. I will trust you to make a good judgment that won't negatively affect your work.
KK.
Just let me know what you decide, please. I know it would mean getting down there very early, but I'm willing to drop you off in Grand Haven before I head to work tomorrow morning. You could stay at Starbucks across the street.
KK. Let me know when you're headed home.
Please let work know that we will definitely have your e-bike fixed one way or another by your shift on Sunday. Please let them know, request, beg that your hours not be cut because of this. Okay, thank you. If you are staying, could you please stay on his case? It looks like he's trying to go to sleep and I don't have the time to yell at him from work and actually get stuff done here.
Yep.
Yeah, please go down there now because it looks like he's trying to sleep. He turned away from the camera so I can't see if he's trying to sleep or now.
He's not.
If you're gonna be there, why don't you go ahead and run another cold bath and stick him in it? You will have to stay downstairs in the bathroom with him, but I can keep an eye on G. Just leave G with the keys or he can unlock the freezer if he needs anything.
How is that gonna help?
It's going to make him miserable. Feel free to tell him that once he stops acting like this, he can get out of the cold bath.
Isn't he already? And it's all he's doing.
Yes, but this will make him more miserable. You might want to try the bathroom floor with a rag towel when you go to do that though, so you don't have to worry about sleeping on the water on the floor. Dry, not try. And try to force him to talk to you. We both know he can.
His eyes do have a slightly glazed look.
There we have another photo attached to this is People's 36C.
Well, you know what? He got his wish. He's not a nuisance anymore because he's not here. It's horrible. I mean, they're mad and he's dying. Right in front of them. I don't even know what to think about her. It seems like I'm wondering if this all started in January when her husband had a stroke and had to move out, and then she got the stress of everything. It's when it seems like everything just went off the rails. But why he was targeted, I don't know. Nobody can survive on bread and water constantly, especially with that hot of hot sauce on it all the time. Why hot sauce? Like that's just I know it makes you sick, but
But he smirked.
I don't know.
You can make your eyes glaze over by staring for too long. Yeah, it just looks like he's been staring at something too long. You said he smirked?
Never in my life have I ever wanted to beat someone so bad.
Trust me, I understand right now, but you have to calm down. He's only making it worse for himself. Crazy idea. Ask G if he wants some pizza rolls and heat up a set of pizza rolls and take one downstairs and offer it to Timothy and see what he does. Put it right in front of his mouth, but be ready to yank it back if he tries to eat it.
KK,
And by the way, I did not intend for you to put the tech and camera in my room. Please move that back downstairs where it was before you leave, or before I take you to work. The one on top of the crate is perfect.
okay,
Even if G doesn't want pizza rolls right away, he will want them eventually. It's worth it to heat some up just to try that. Hold it right in front of his lips. How much do you want to bet he's gonna try to eat it?
a lot?
Yeah, he's
Agreed.
starving.
Please do that and get back down there to make sure he's not falling asleep. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's trying to fall asleep. You're going down there? I gave you time to cool off.
I'm waiting for the pizza roll.
KK. So how is he reacting now? It looked like he tried to grab something or do something with his arm.
He's not. He's Krill, being stubborn. Still, WTF.
I really don't understand it considering we know it's all fake.
Yeah,
Please make sure you keep bugging him so he doesn't try to go to sleep like that. Maybe force his mouth open and put some hot sauce in there considering everything he's put us through.
KK.
Does he blink when you smack him on the side of the face? And I don't mean hard smack.
Yes.
He doesn't realize that that wouldn't happen if there were something really wrong with him. Did he swallow it or try to spit it out?
He swallowed.
Yeah, he's just fine. He's just being an absolute butthead. Get his arm out from under his head like that. He doesn't get to be comfortable like that. He gets no padding whatsoever for his head if it's gonna hang his head sideways. Please keep an eye on him. I'm willing to bet he's going to move to adjust himself soon. Is it mean to ask you to turn his body slightly where he said would go over the side of the top backwards? That would be even less comfortable. He just adjusted to make himself more comfortable. Perfect. He thinks he can outlast us. Are you still down there watching him?
Yes.
He's moved a little bit to make it less uncomfortable. Yeah, he's moved a couple of times now to try to get more comfortable. Am I imagining things, or has he already moved a little bit again?
I'm done. I can't deal with him anymore.
Why are you saying that? How can he lay there like that for any length of time? Ugh. If you need to put clothes in the dryer, please do real quick.
He's doing this to tick us off and make us give up. And at this point, I'm ready to beat him within an inch of death and go to work.
And that is exactly what he wants you to do. He will not last us. I can promise you that. I have the screen muted because I have to right now, but feel free to let him know that he will not outlast us, and that comes directly from me. But definitely time to switch the loads anyway, so take some deep breaths and go do that. Is he still acting like he's staring straight ahead?
Yes.
This is getting beyond pathetic, but he will not win this. Not gonna happen. Sorry, had to step out of my office for a couple of minutes. Did you swap the loads?
Yes.
Might be time to dump more cold water. Just make sure it doesn't go outside the tub. And maybe force him to drink some more. Did you say something after my comment about showing it's fake?
Yes.
What did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I just agreed.
Oh, okay. Crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2 rolls, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked.
Okay.
Oh my
Calm down,
gosh.
sweetie. He is trying to get a reaction out of you. Just splash water on him occasionally for now. I will let you know when I am on my way home. I have to stop for gas on the way, or I will run out about 15 miles from home. But I will make that a very quick stop and grab you and then head out. He's determined to be a pain, isn't he? Odd question. He's ticklish, isn't he?
Yeah.
He just moved his head, by the way. Go tickle him mercilessly.
Well, he was ticklish.
Wouldn't surprise me if he had enough determination to resist right now. Was worth a shot. Like I said, he's moving his head. ...
I'm done. I'm not dealing with him for another second today, or I might snap.
Chill out and just keep an eye on him so he doesn't sleep, and keep doing this splash of water occasionally, please. And keep an ear out for the dryer so you know when your clothes are dry. Calm down. You're okay. Try dealing with all of this from a distance. Just do whatever asked as far as keeping him awake and splashing him with water, and you'll be fine. If you need to wander away for a minute, go move that one camera back downstairs where it was, and then please take it to the shower curtains off the bar in that downstairs bathroom for tonight, so he doesn't have those to cover up with. I'm serious about making him sleep in here tonight. There tonight. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Okay, I got it.
When you go to remove the shower curtain, please remove everything else from that bathroom that he could mess with. He's not getting diddly squat to mess around with tonight.
Okay.
And he needs cold water dumped on him at least one more time before I get there. I was talking to you on camera. Is he still trying to stare off into space?
Yes.
He's still breathing, right? I just have to ask. He's doing enough to make you paranoid even though we know it's fake.
Yes, he is.
You know, if this were just a matter of him being tired, he would have got enough rest sitting and laying there that he would be fine right now. It just further confirms how fake he is being and how horrible he is being, honestly. Please make sure you both move the other camera and clear out that bathroom before I have to leave work. I have a couple of places I want you to call about your bike while you're waiting for me to get home.
Okay.
I wonder how it will feel to have that hot sauce on your private parts. I'm not saying touch him there, not at all, but dripping a little bit there. Is that horrible?
Yep.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Does that mean you're willing to try it?
No.
Okay. Well, I need to lose the attitude with me at least. I didn't do anything here. You need to lose the attitude, Siri. Okay, I understand that you're frustrated. I am also frustrated beyond measure. What I don't understand is why you haven't done either of the 2 things I told you to do before 5 p.m. when I have to leave work.
Okay.
Considering you're not sitting over him and haven't been for quite a while, I'm willing to bet he has slept at least some when he shouldn't have been able to.
Nope, he's still awake.
You're not thinking about the whole picture and the fact that he can probably hear you walking in. But anyway, I'm not gonna go there right now. Close the bathroom door for now, please. I'm not watching him on my way home, but you can just stay close by and listen for anything like the water turning on or anything stupid like that. and then I will turn the camera back on once I pick you up.
Okay. Let me know when you are headed out.
I will leave at 5, but I will need to stop for about 5 minutes to get a little bit of gas.
There's a break there, and just to confirm, that last section that you read before the last break, that all occurred on what date?
July 5.
And that was a time period from about noon to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then the next section, then July 5, for clarity, is the day before Timothy was found deceased.
That's correct. We're on July 5 at 5:09 p.m.
And someone is suddenly moving their head more.
User busy, not even a voicemail, tried several times.
Okay. Getting gas now. Please tell G to stay in my room till I get home. Question mark.
KK. Sorry, just got that.
Okay, please check in on Timothy one more time before you go. I should be home in probably right around 10 minutes.
KK.
I am not going to pull in the garage. You will need to come out the front door and lock it real quick.
Okay. Are you here?
Not yet.
KK.
Did you check on him?
Yes.
Notice how he had the strength to sink down like that?
Right?
Still staring?
Yep.
He apparently decided to go big or go home today. Just beyond ridiculous.
We have a break there, and that break occurs at what time on July 5th?
At 5:56 p.m. Then our next one starts on July 5 at 11:49 p.m.
Please set your alarm for 6 a.m. I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. He's still trying to be stupid, but I will tell you more tomorrow while I take you to work, describing how many different ways I proved that he's still faking. He's still doing it though. It's beyond ridiculous.
We have a break, and then our next text is on July 6 at 6:09 a.m.
Time to get up and please check on Timothy on your way upstairs. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
That concludes the text messages, and again, for the record, that is People's Exhibit 36, previously admitted, Judge.
All right.
Thank you, Larry. Detective Mom can step down from the stage at this point.
Okay, thank you, Detective Ball. Any additional questions for Detective Hoeksema?
I do have just a couple more questions, Judge, and
Okay.
just
How do you even cross-examine on that?
as discreet as possible about this, but there are a couple more photographs that I need Lieutenant Hoeksema to identify.
Okay.
Well, let me ask a couple of questions before I do that. Lieutenant, you just read a series of text messages. I don't want to talk about all of them, obviously, but let's just talk about the text messages from July 5th. And there are multiple references to cold water and the bath. Was that your understanding of those text messages?
That's correct.
And that was, again, July 5th was literally the day before Timothy was discovered early the next morning to be deceased. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the last message from Ms. Vander Ark indicated that at around 11:30 or so, she dragged him out of there and put him in the small room.
That's correct.
Again, the small room, from your understanding, is what?
The closet in the basement next to his bed.
Now, these are very difficult photos. I know you've had an opportunity to see these before, but for the record, these are people's 33, 34, and 35. Starting with people's 33, you could identify that photograph as very.
That is the deceased Timothy Ferguson lying on the floor of the bottom level of the basement.
And did that appear to be roughly the same condition in which you observed Timothy Ferguson when you were at the residence on July 6th of this year?
Yes,
And he's fully clothed in that picture, is that correct?
that's correct.
What's he actually wearing, for the record?
He's wearing a black sweatshirt and blue jeans.
And again, you had occasion to observe Timothy roughly in that condition when you were present, is that correct?
That's correct.
People's Exhibit 34.
This is a photograph of the deceased Timothy Ferguson lying on the floor with his sweatshirt pulled up, exposing his chest area.
And People's 35.
This is a photograph of the deceased Timothy Ferguson. His back with his sweatshirt pulled up, exposing his spine and shoulder blades.
And all three of these photos were taken while he was on the floor of the basement area of that home, is that correct?
Correct, at the scene of the incident.
Couldn't be anything to him. He literally had to be skin and bones. Everybody should just send her cases of hot sauce in prison. Hot sauce and bread. Don't know where the minor child is, but probably somewhere better. Although he doesn't seem like anything was really happening to him. He's not with her. Not with Paul. Doesn't sound like Dad could take care of him because of his stroke. Hopefully he's somewhere good. Yeah, I'd kind of look worried too, lady. Probably not going to be a great Christmas for you. I don't know what punishment she's looking at. Some states, like Wisconsin, it's mandatory life. Florida, I think it's mandatory life. I don't know about Michigan. If she's convicted of what they've charged her with. Come on, people. Ugh, I wouldn't even want to look at those pictures. All right, looks like they're done.
Lieutenant, just have a couple of other quick clarification questions. And for the record, the text messages that you have just read are the portion that you have just read is contained in this binder, People's Exhibit number 36. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
And this represented excerpts of text messages, again, that you and Detective Ahm read between the defendant and Paul Ferguson from February to roughly the day that Timothy was found deceased. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, there's a second binder. This is People's Exhibit number 37, much larger binder containing more pages here. This contains, what is your understanding that this contains, that we have gone through?
Further text messages between the defendant and her son, Paul Ferguson, regarding Timothy.
And that is People's Exhibit number 37 for clarification's sake, and we're not reading that entire portion. That's substantially larger, but these are just text messages between Paul Ferguson and Shanda Vander Ark regarding Timothy Ferguson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Johnson, any cross-examination?
Thank you.
I don't know how he does this. They're right there. They're in writing. What do you ask? Does she mean it?
Be right with you, Lieutenant.
Couple questions. Way back when you started your testimony this morning, you were shown a number of photographs, and I have photograph number 15. May I approach, Your Honor? Okay. And you described that as a photograph of the interior of the pantry, is that correct?
Correct.
And there weren't any locks on that particular door, were there?
Not that I observed.
And there's foodstuffs on that in the pantry as well, correct?
Yes.
For the record, what sorts of foods do you see there? Cereals?
Yep, crackers, soup, cereal, some salad dressing, bread, maybe some Chex Mix, ramen noodles, large variety of options.
Thank you. Secondly, and I just want to talk to you about that alarm that you came back and it wasn't there on the door. You know the one I'm talking about?
On the small room door, yes.
Yes, on the small room door, there's an alarm, and when you folks came back, was it for the first, when you came back for the first search warrant or the second one? It wasn't there.
It was missing when we arrived for the second search warrant.
Okay, so the first search warrant is there, second one it is not, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and in between those two times, all the police officers left the home, and there were just the residents of that home remained, is that correct?
After our execution of the first search warrant, all the police officers left the home.
Okay, look, and we know this because we've lived with this thing, but let's make sure we're clear. You're in the home, the officers are in the home, correct?
Yes,
The area in question, the basement area, is secured by another police officer, correct?
yes,
And while you're still there, a search warrant is received, correct? You're given permission to search the home.
yes. While we were there, we obtained a search warrant.
So there was no time in between your initial arrival and the first search warrant, when the police weren't in that home.
Correct.
Okay, so then after the first search warrant, you departed the home, correct?
Correct.
And then the second search warrant, you came back.
That's correct.
Okay, now, and in between the first and second one, there were no police officers there.
That's correct.
When were the cameras seized?
The cameras
The
were
cameras,
seized.
the video cameras? If they were.
I believe they were seized on the second search warrant.
Okay, and let me make sure I'm correct. When I say seized, I mean taken by the police.
Yeah, pursuant to the search warrant.
And were there any of the cameras, from your recollection of the scene and the evidence, were any of the video cameras removed and unavailable for that second search warrant? As far as you know.
As far as I know, there were cameras that remained. Can't
Okay.
say if any were taken because I wouldn't know if they were gone.
Okay. But you noticed this one was gone. The one in the bedroom, the alarm was gone.
The alarm, yes, the alarm was gone.
Okay, you noticed the alarm was gone, correct?
Yes,
But you didn't notice if any of the other cameras were gone, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and were there pictures taken before you left the first time before you left the house the first time and then came back the second time? Were there photographs taken?
There were photographs taken on both search warrants, yes.
Okay, so when you compared the two photographs, were any of the video cameras missing from the first search warrant to the second one?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so the only one missing is the alarm, as far as you know.
Yes,
Okay, and we're talking about an alarm, correct? An alarm, door opens, alarm goes off.
correct.
How would you,
Just
how would
a-
you term that type of device? An alarm?
Just a door alarm?
A door alarm,
Entry
fine.
alarm?
We'll use door alarm, because I may, okay. So a door alarm was taken, was missing.
Correct.
As far as you know, did that alarm, that door alarm, have any video capability?
Not that I have no idea.
Okay, you have no idea. And you didn't see it in the photographs you have, you don't see a hole for a camera, correct?
I didn't suspect it of being able to take video.
Okay. And during the course between the first and second visits by the police, there were two adults in that house, is that correct?
I don't know who was in the home while we were not there.
Okay, all right. So there could have been even other people in there, correct? As
That
far
would
as you
make-
know.
As far as I know, yes.
Oh, come on, this is
I don't
weak.
have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and you redirect.
Just briefly. Lieutenant, Mr. Johnson was asking you about the photo pantry, and it did not appear that there was an alarm on the pantry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was food inside the pantry, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask you to reread the section of, oh, you have the,
Yep,
there,
I
so I'll
still have
just reference the page for you. Excellent. Turn to page 5093.
5093.
Yes. It's from May 26th of 2022.
Okay.
All right, and then starting with that second text, if you could read that portion for the jury again.
This is from the defendant to Paul Ferguson. Almost freaking caught him. I want all food in the fridge, freezer, or pantry, and those locked.
And then what's Paul's response to that?
It is. He just pulled the pantry door lock.
And the response to that is?
What do you mean he just pulled it? Did he take it off?
And Paul's response?
Yes, the part that attaches to the wall is dangling right now due to sticky loss.
And finally, her response?
Okay, get another one on it right away. Last I saw, they were on the floor in a bag in my room.
So at least in that text exchange, Ms. Vander Ark is referring, and Paul is referring to the fact that Timothy has ripped the alarms off of the pantry door, correct?
That's my understanding.
But her insistence was that all the food in the pantry, the freezer, and the fridge be locked away.
Yes,
And that was in April of 2022.
that's correct.
Mr. Johnson was also asking you about the alarm being removed from the door lock and whether or not any cameras were seized. You did seize a number of cameras from that residence, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you attempt to obtain any footage from those cameras, either yourself or other detectives associated with the case?
Yes.
And with the exception of a memory card in one of those, were you able to retrieve any footage from those cameras?
No.
Can you explain to the jury why not?
Many of those cameras did not have their own storage capabilities. They were, they utilized a cloud service to view. You could view it on your phone through a camera app. And there were no way that we could recover any of those video files without access to the cloud services, which we didn't know.
But again, none of the cameras, I believe there might have been one camera that had some internal storage. The rest of the cameras did not have any internal type of storage device on them that you could have pulled a memory card, a flash drive, or anything like that and viewed the footage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, some of those cameras at least may have been left for Ms. Vander Ark or anybody else that was inside the residence after the execution of the first search warrant.
That's correct.
Any further questions for this witness?
Any additional questions?
If I may, based on, okay.
You may.
Lieutenant, you just read an excerpt from the emails from my client to her son Paul, correct?
The text messages, yes.
Okay, thank you. Text messages. And those were in April, correct?
Correct, April.
And based on what I'm hearing from your testimony, it sounds like my client is instructing Paul to put another lock on that door, is that pantry door?
That's my understanding of the messages, yes.
When did the new lock go on?
I cannot say.
How would
Yeah.
he know?
Was there a lock on there when the police got there?
I did not observe a lock.
So we don't know if a new lock was ever put on, do we?
I do not know that.
Thank you.
But you do know from the text message where Ms. Vander Ark told Paul that extra locks were, right?
Yes.
In her bedroom.
Yeah, apparently she had extra locks available in a bag on the floor of her bedroom.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yeah, she had the bonus pack.
Nothing further.
I believe we do have some jury questions for this
Finally.
witness. Mr. Weaver, can you retrieve those?
I mean,
Yeah, we're gonna go over to the.
guy has to ask questions, right? He has to try to do something to defend her. But that guy's hair is weird too. He's got a weird shaved head with some sort of man bun thingy. But he did nothing. Okay, so there wasn't a lock there. He clearly wasn't eating. He weighed 69 pounds. That one you cannot get over. You can't get over that hurdle, sir. And then, okay, so, oh my gosh, she gave him 4 pieces of bread with hot sauce. She gave him 1 cup of rice. Wow, she's mom of the year suddenly. I don't know. This case makes me just want to figuratively speaking, when I say this, punch her straight in the face. Because this is horrible. You don't do that. Save your tears for your cellmate. Y'all come back now?
All right, Detective Hooks, the first question says cameras, question mark. Where is the screen to see what happens on said cameras? If you know.
As far as I'm aware, the cameras, they didn't have screens available to them. It was, like I said before, they were all, a lot of them were webcams that you could view live time from your personal device, be it a tablet, cell phone. So it would be, if you had access to the cloud services, you could view the cameras.
Okay. Second question, how many zip ties are missing from the bag?
Holy
That's a very good question, which I wish I could provide you with an answer with. I unfortunately never counted the zip ties in the bag.
I don't even
Third question, how long does the ice maker take to
I don't even think there was an amount on the outside of the bag to know how many would be missing from the bag to begin with. But good question. It's kind of funny.
make the ice?
I don't know the answer to that question.
That was how long does the ice maker take to make
Who
the
had
ice?
the keys to the shackles?
One of the photographs we showed that had keys on it, there were handcuff keys on that key ring. So that did include some of the handcuff keys. I don't know if there were any other keys throughout the home, but those are the ones I found.
Okay. There were two additional questions. One had already been asked, and the additional one, it was determined by the court to ask for speculation by this particular witness. So court will not ask those two. Mr. Roberts, any follow-up questions to those questions?
Just briefly, Your Honor, and I guess I'll start with the key question. You said that the keys that you discovered that we have a photograph of does contain a handcuff key, is that correct?
Correct.
And those were located inside the residence?
That's correct.
Were they located on any particular person or just in the residence?
When I photographed them, I believe they were on top of the chest freezer. So I did not locate them on anybody. When I photographed them, they were just on the freezer.
Okay. Now, if you could turn on your exhibit to page 4227, we'll just briefly reread a section for the jury. It might clarify some of the question about the zip ties. Okay. If you could start with, I think you could start with the second text messages, probably. The first one from the defendant.
So how has he been disobedient?
Yeah, and then if you just read through to the breakdown of those sections.
He just won't listen or does something. I didn't tell him he could. He just tried, claiming his zip cuffs were too tight when I couldn't even tighten them to where there's no room for his wrists. Leave them as they are, and I will check them when I get home, and you can tell him that. And if he lied about it, or lied about that, he gets himself in even more trouble. And Paul, okay, and I already checked because I knew they were tightened. If they were tightened, it was his doing. The defendant, you know what? We will start cutting off the ends once they are tight, and so we can't do that. Defendant, he can't do that. Siri. And Paul Ferguson, okay.
And this text exchange takes place when?
On March the 4th in the evening.
So this is 4 months prior to Timothy's death?
That's correct.
That's true.
Mr. Johnson, any follow-up questions to those?
I do. Lieutenant, you mentioned that you found a key ring with a handcuff key attached to it, is that correct?
I didn't find them. I photographed them, but they were found, yes.
Okay, I'm confused. I heard these devices described as leg cuffs, and are they leg cuffs or handcuffs? How would you describe it?
I would refer to them as leg shackles.
Leg
They're
shackles.
a larger diameter designed to go around somebody's ankles with a longer chain so that they can walk, shuffling walk.
Would a handcuff key that you found on the key ring operate leg shackles?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, they all use the same type of handcuff key that all we use as the police officers.
Are the keys differentiated? In other words, like my house key is different from my neighbor's house key, or will one key fit all?
One handcuff key would fit all. They're all the same. That way officers can unlock other officers' handcuffs. They're not specific to a certain pair of cuffs.
But you found them on, not on, well, they were found on a countertop and not on a person, is that correct?
When I photographed them, I believe they were on the top of the chest freezer.
Okay. Did you seize those keys? Did you see the keys and the key ring? Were those seized as evidence?
They were not.
Thank you.
I think the judge is drinking a Red Bull.
May this witness be excused, Mr. Roberts?
To the
Or-
extent
or-
that he's my investigating
Oh, standing,
officer,
stand down but not excused? Okay. All right. Thank you, Detective. Mr. Roberts, you can call your next witness.
The next witness is Paul Gabriel. He should
All right.
be, I believe, Paul Ferguson, I apologize. Paul Ferguson, I believe he's in the back. I don't know if you want to take a break now. This would be the last witness for the day, I will say that, so we could take a break and then just go through Mr. Ferguson's testimony and be done.
We'll take a real quick break. Let's take about a 5-minute break, just to get him in position. I don't want to take a longer break just because if we start now, it's going to be 2.5 or 2 minutes. It's going to be quite a long time, so I don't want to do that. So let's just take a quick 5-minute break. Please rise.
So this is her son getting the Paul. This is Paul. This is who that officer there was reading the part of, getting ready to come in. He's in custody. So I think that's what they're talking about, bringing him in and getting him situated because he's in custody. That way he doesn't, I guess, have to walk in front of the jury. I'm pretty sure they're going to figure out by that right there that he's in custody. That's just my opinion, but I don't think that's a fashion statement.
1-0 FC, People of the State of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark. The record should reflect that the jury is secure in the jury room. Mr. Paul Ferguson is present in the courtroom, has not been sworn in yet. Mr. Ferguson, you have an attorney which is present here today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Elton, as I indicated before, Mr. Ellen Brady is sitting in the front row. Mr. Ellen Brady, you certainly can come up and sit beyond the bar if you wish to do so during his testimony. If you wish to do so, it's up to you.
If Mr. Ferguson is fine, I find here it appears that our seating is full.
Okay. Mr. Ferguson, I want to advise you, you do have a right, a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which means you cannot be compelled to testify against yourself. My understanding is that potentially you could testify to things that could potentially criminally inculpate you, basically get you in trouble, essentially, for lack of a better term. So, implicate you in crimes. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to discuss your testimony today with your lawyer, Mr.
Yes,
Elton
sir.
Brady, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and knowing you have a right to not testify, do you wish to still testify today?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you please raise your right hand? Oh, no, we need the jury out here.
He's like,
Yes.
I want to note for the record
He
that my understanding
can't.
is people are offering an agreement to Mr. Ferguson that none of his testimony today will be used against him in trial, unless he was to testify counter to his testimony today.
Is that correct, Mr. Roberts?
That's correct, Your Honor. Actually, the full extent of the agreement is that we would also inform the sentencing judge of the nature of his cooperation in exchange for his full cooperation and testimony today. So we anticipate there would be a sentencing benefit for Mr. Ferguson. I believe that's his expectation as well. And we'll place that on the record for the jury as well.
Okay, is that your understanding, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, sir.
Now, I need you to understand, although there has been a suggestion that there is and I'm certainly you were hoping to get a better sentencing, so basically some consideration at sentencing. I have not made any obligations whatsoever to take your testimony or cooperation into consideration. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And still knowing that, you still wish to testify today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything before we bring the jury out, Mr. Roberts?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
No, sir.
All right, please rise.
there's part of me that feels sorry for him. We'll have to see if he just was trying to survive himself or if he knew what he was doing and didn't care. Because again, she threatened him. You know, just that, at least once. There's tons of text messages, obviously, we didn't see.
Jury is now present in the courtroom. Mr. Roberts, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. My next witness is already in the witness chair, and that is Paul Ferguson.
All right, Mr. Ferguson, can you please rise and raise your right hand as best you can? In this matter now pending, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you put your hand down, grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Paul Ferguson, Paulferguson.
Mr. Ferguson, you are testifying here today, and is it your understanding that you do have an agreement with the Muskegon County Prosecutor's Office in exchange for your testimony today against your mother, the defendant in this case, Shanda Vander Ark?
Yes, sir.
And is it your understanding that as part of that agreement, the people have agreed that none of your testimony today would be used against you should you exercise your right to have a trial in the pending criminal matter against you?
Yes, sir.
And is it also your understanding that in exchange for your testimony today, you understand that the prosecutor's office will make representations to the judge that oversees your case if such time is reached that you are sentenced in that matter, and that you hope to get some sentencing benefit as a result of your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
And is that in exchange for your truthful testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any other promises in regards to your testimony today?
No, sir.
And and for clarity's sake, you are also charged in this matter involving the death of your brother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what charges are brought against you at this point?
Child abuse, first degree.
And what do you understand the potential maximum penalty for? Well, you know what? Strike that. I want to ask that question. And you are prepared to testify today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that your attorney that represents you in your pending criminal matter is present in the courtroom. That's Mr. Eldon Brady. And if at any time you need to ask him any questions or take a break, you just let us know. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, Mr. Ferguson, I'd like to start by just talking a little bit about your home in Norton Shores at the time that your brother passed away. And so you understand, and I'll try to make sure that I ask these questions very carefully because you haven't been present for this entire trial. You have a younger brother. We are not using your younger brother's name today, okay? So we're just going to use the initial G when we talk about your younger brother. So try to remember as best you can that if I ask a question that somehow involves your younger brother, that we're not going to say his name, okay? Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll try to ask those questions very carefully so that we don't get into that issue. But besides your younger brother, G, and yourself, at the time that your brother Timothy Ferguson passed away, who was living at the house in Norton Shores? Besides you and your younger brother, who else was living in the house?
My mother and my my little brother, though he was at my grandparents at the time, my step-grandparents.
And obviously your younger brother, if you can put it that way, but your youngest brother is the one that we're not identifying by name. He was living in the house at the time that your next youngest brother, Timothy Ferguson, passed away, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your mother was also living in that house as well.
Yes.
And is she in the courtroom right now?
Yes, sir.
As best you can you kind of point her out or maybe say what she's wearing right now?
Her hair is in 2 braids. She's got, I think that's a black sweatshirt.
I think that's sufficient for the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant, Your Honor.
You have to record reflect that.
Now let's back up just a little bit from the time your brother Timothy actually passed away. When did Timothy come to live with you and your mother in that house?
May 27th of 2001.
2001. Was it maybe 2021?
21.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. So in May of 2021, Timothy came to live with you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time when Timothy came to live with you, besides yourself and G, was there somebody else that was living in the house during that time period?
Other than my mother and half-brother, my stepfather, Adam.
Okay. And your stepfather, Adam, was he married to your mother at that time?
Yes.
And is he actually the father of your younger brother, G?
No.
But your mother is the mother to you and to Timothy and to G, is that right? She's your mother, she's Timothy's mother, she's G's mother, is a better way to put it, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And at some point in time, did something happen to Adam where he wasn't living in the home anymore?
He suffered a stroke in January.
Did he leave the house at that point?
Yes.
When he left the house at that point, then is that then when it became just you, your two brothers, and your mother living in the home?
Yes, sir.
And when Adam suffered the stroke, was he physically able to do anything to provide any care to either you or to Timothy or to G?
No.
And where did Adam go when he left the house after the stroke?
After the hospital, he went to live with my step-grandparents, my in-laws, in their house in West Olive.
When did the stroke happen?
January.
And from the time the stroke happened, was he ever back in the home in any way?
No.
And the folks that he went to live with were his parents, is that right?
Yes.
And they live in West Olive down in Ottawa County?
Yeah.
So those would be like your step-grandparents?
Yes.
And they'd be Timothy's step-grandparents as well, is that right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your younger brothers that we've talked about, do you have any older siblings as well?
Yes.
Who are your older siblings?
My biological brother Nolan, stepsister Chelsea, stepbrother Chris. There's, I don't know exactly how to put it, step brother and sister, Kenzie and Xavier, I suppose would be the terminology.
What does that
But
mean?
biologically speaking, you have an older brother, Nolan, is that
Yes.
correct? And Nolan is how much older than you?
2 years.
2 years older than you.
Yes.
And was there ever a time where he lived with you at the house in Norton Shores?
No.
Where does Nolan live?
North Carolina.
So Timothy came to live with you, and prior to Timothy coming to live with you, was it just you and G and your mom and stepdad in the house at that time?
Yes.
So you went from 4 people in the house to 5 people in the house in May of 2021.
Yes.
And then back down to 4 people when Adam unfortunately had his stroke in January of 2022.
Yes.
Now, around shortly after the time of the stroke, did there come a point in time where you became involved in having to administer some discipline to your younger brother, to Timothy?
Yes.
We'll talk about some specifics, but we've already had some text messages read, and you've had an opportunity to kind of hear about some of those text messages throughout this, right?
Yes, sir.
And you sent text messages back and forth between yourself and your mother. And we have those text messages from January through the time of your brother's death in July of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time in February, there's a discussion fairly early in those text messages about blocking Timothy's access to food. Can you describe what was happening at that time and how he was restricted from getting access to food?
He was sneaking food that was not necessary at that time, and it was solved by placing locks on the fridge, freezer, and pantry.
When we say he was sneaking food that wasn't necessary, who would make that determination that it wasn't necessary?
Shanda.
And what type of food are we talking about that he would sneak that wasn't
That's
necessary?
his mother.
Sweets or anything he could really get his hands on.
So as early as February, there was restriction, the locks were going on the freezer and the refrigerator, and you said there was also some type of lock on the pantry, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we've heard a text exchange, but at some point a little bit later, as things are progressing into April, was there a time where Timothy was doing something to get the locks off of the pantry door?
He was pulling them off by hand.
And what were you instructed to do as a result of him pulling the pantry door locks off? Let me ask you this way: were you given some instruction to replace that lock?
Yes,
And who gave you that instruction?
Shanda.
And what was your understanding of why you were locking the pantry back up?
because he was sneaking food.
I feel bad for him so far.
Let's talk about your brother Timothy for just a
I don't
little
know
bit.
that
Did
he
Timothy
has
have
the
some special
mental
needs?
capacity
Yes.
for this.
What was your understanding of what his special needs were?
He was attention deficit hyperactive disorder, as well as autistic. He had speech and motor impairments.
Speech and what type of impairment?
Motor impairments, movement impairments.
Movement impairments?
Yes,
And at the time that he came to live with you, was he supposed to be taking some medication?
yes,
And did he stop taking his medication?
yes.
Why did he stop taking his medication?
And could you please reiterate?
Yeah, I guess a better way of saying it is, who made the decision for him to stop taking his medication?
Shanda,
As far as you know, from the time that Timothy came to live with you in May of 2021 in Norton Shores to the time of his death, did you ever see Timothy go to a doctor?
no,
Did Timothy go to school?
not public, no.
How was he schooled?
Home.
When we say homeschooled, what would that entail?
At first, it was assignments on a tablet, and then my mother restricted it to where she would print out the assignments, and he would sit downstairs and do them.
So he never went to school and never went to a doctor, as far as you could see.
Yes, sir.
Basically, from January, from the time of the stroke moving forward, was Timothy allowed to even leave the house?
No,
When, if ever, was he ever allowed to go outside?
to walk the dogs sometimes,
And when he would walk the dogs, where was it that he would walk the dogs?
in the backyard, out of sight.
Was there ever some physical discipline that was involved with him being outside as well?
Yes,
What was that discipline?
he was made to run up and down the patio stairs.
And those are stairs in the back of your house?
Yes, sir.
Are those visible at all from the front of the house?
No, sir.
Visible to anyone walking by on the street or driving by, anything of that nature?
No, sir.
There are some text messages referenced in there where there's a discussion about doing the stairs chasing style. What is that, if you remember?
Following close behind him to ensure he moves faster.
And who would be the one that would chase him if that was taking place?
I had to.
What was, besides, you've talked about some of the special needs that Timothy had when he came to live with you. What was his overall physical appearance, though, when he first came to live with you?
He wasn't skinny, but he wasn't extremely overweight. He had a good amount of chubbiness to him.
So he was a little chubby?
Yes.
Obviously, as we all know, and now the jury's already seen some of the photographs, that went away at some point in time. When did the food restriction on Timothy start, with the locks going on the refrigerator, the freezer, and the pantry, and things of that nature? When did that actually begin?
Sometime in February.
There's been some testimony already about Timothy going on a hunger strike around the time of Adam's stroke. To your knowledge, did Timothy ever go on a hunger strike when Adam had his stroke?
No, sir.
There's also a reference to him going on another hunger strike about 2 weeks before he passed away. Excuse me, did that happen?
No, sir.
The police have indicated that at the time they searched your residence, there were a number of cameras seized, as well as some other items. So let's talk about the cameras first. What was the purpose of the cameras being inside the residence?
To watch Timothy.
And who would be watching Timothy on those cameras?
My mother, or when she couldn't, she had me do so.
And how is it that you would, kind of explain for the jury if you can, how is it that you watched the cameras so you could watch what Timothy was doing?
I would log into the app on my phone, and it would alert me if there was a motion movement.
So you had you had your phone and you had some type of app on there that was connected to those cameras?
Several, yes.
And you said that you were also alerted to movement. Were there motion sensors in the home?
Yes, and the cameras also had that feature as well. They activated on motion.
And what was the restriction on Timothy's movement that would cause those cameras to go off? Where was he limited to?
Could you please reiterate?
Yeah. Where is it that, where could Timothy go, basically?
Mainly he was restricted to the downstairs area, to a closet downstairs.
The downstairs area actually contained 2 bedrooms. One was yours and one was G's bedroom, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was also a bunk bed that was out in that area that I believe that the defendant indicated was Timothy's bunk bed, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where did he actually sleep most nights?
In the closet.
And what did you call the closet? Was there a name you used to refer to the closet?
The small room.
And what was in the small room if Timothy was in the small room?
There was a camera monitoring him, even when he slept.
Was there an alarm on the door as well?
Yes, sir.
Some type of motion sensor or alarm?
Motion, vibration, yes.
So we had that on the door and then a camera actually inside the room as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there times where you were required to watch that camera?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, were there times when your mother was watching that camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Was there a restriction on how much Timothy could move while he was inside that closet?
Could you please reiterate, sir?
Were there any restrictions on his movement inside the closet, or was it he could move around however he wanted inside the closet?
There were restrictions.
What were the restrictions on his movement?
Hands on his head, normally?
Hands on his head, is that what you indicated?
Yes.
Was that some form of discipline for him?
Yes. On his knees and against a corner or wall of the room.
When we say hands on head, I'm going to demonstrate just putting my hands just over my head like this. Is that what he was required to do?
Yes.
He was required to be on his knees as well? Say yes.
Yes, sir.
You have to say yes or no because this is
I
being recorded.
apologize.
You're fine. No, that's fine. Everybody makes that mistake. It's not a problem.
All right. Sometimes really kind of sounds like he understands. There's other times where he closes his eyes and I can't tell if if he's trying to actually remember what happened or if he really doesn't want to say. So then he buys time by asking him to reiterate, which is what he keeps saying. So I can't tell. I don't know. Because if I say he feels bad and then give her crap for crying about it, well, that kind of makes me feel bad. Then everybody feels bad. But she's still the driver in this vehicle that we're riding in. I just don't know that he just wasn't doing what he was told just to save himself. And I really still think January is just whatever. When her husband had that stroke and had to move out and move back in with his parents, it broke her. Like and if this kid had autism, which we'll never know, if he really had autism, maybe he couldn't speak. I don't know. I would think depending on how severe it is, if he did have autism, she could have just made everything just worse by all the stuff that she did to him. So yeah, maybe when she did ask for a hug, he said no. I doubt she asked for one.
And was he monitored to make sure that he was doing those things?
Yes, sir.
And for how long would he have to do these things?
Several hours.
And that was inside his closet, for lack of a better way of putting it, what you referred to as the small room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there also times when he was required to stand against the wall?
Yes, sir.
And would that be in the closet, or would that be in other places in the house?
At times it would be upstairs by the back door or on the wall between me and G's room.
And when he would stand against the wall, how long were we talking about that he would be required to do that?
Hours, sometimes overnight.
Wow.
At some point, did you utilize some type of alarm or alarms on his body to alert you if he was moving?
A vibration detector, yes.
Was there more than one that he was required to wear at times?
At times, yes.
Where were those devices located on his body?
They were normally tied to the back loop of his belt, or the back loop of his pants, I apologize.
And was there something placed on his wrist as well at any point?
Handcuffs, and before that, zip ties, zip cuffs,
When you say zip cuffs, are those put together with zip ties?
yes.
And those were designed to restrict what?
Movement,
Of what part of his body?
his hands,
I think there's a text exchange that the jury's heard a couple of times where it's referencing him tightening those zip cuffs on his wrist. Do you recall that?
yes, sir.
And so what was happening that caused you to send that text message and have that exchange with your mother about those zip cuffs?
He was complaining about them being too tight.
And what was your mother's response when he was complaining about those being too tight?
To leave them and she'd deal with it after she got home.
So the jury has some clarity in terms of a schedule here. You and your mother worked basically different shifts, for lack of a better way of putting it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
What was your job at that time?
I worked as a dishwasher at Applebee's.
And was that, which Applebee's?
The one in Grand Haven right off the bridge.
What was your normal shift that you would work?
4 to close.
What, at that time, was your mother working as well?
Could you reiterate?
Did your mother have a job as well?
Yes,
Where was your mother working?
as a court scribe, I believe you would call it.
Okay, and where physically was that job?
That I remember of, did she say here at this courthouse?
So there was a time she worked at the Muskegon County Courthouse?
Yes,
Do you remember a time when she worked in a northern county at a courthouse as well?
I believe so, yes.
And what was her normal hours that she would work?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So would it be fair to say that you two are not together in the house very often?
Yes,
So whose responsibility was it to keep an eye on Timothy if she was not in the house?
mine.
And vice versa, like if you were not in the home, who would take the responsibility of watching Timothy at that point in time?
She would.
At the small room that you've described, at some point in time, there was a tarp placed in there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason there was a tarp placed in that room?
Due to Timothy's bladder problems, Shanda didn't want him urinating on the floor.
Would that be something that he would do?
Yes,
Did he wear some type of adult diaper?
adult diaper, yes.
And, let me ask it this way, if Timothy had to go to the bathroom, how would he go to the bathroom?
He would have to ask and he would be timed,
And who would do the timing?
whichever one of us was there.
So basically has to ask permission to go to the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
And what time was he allowed to go to the bathroom?
For urinating, it was a minute. For
You can say the word, it's okay.
taking a poop, it was 2 minutes.
And who set those time limits?
Shanda,
I figure she's going to try to blame
We've seen a
him
lot
for
of text
everything.
messages and references to hot sauce and hot sauce
I don't
retrieved
know
from
where
the
else she
home.
has to go.
At some point in time, were you asked to start feeding him bread with hot sauce on it?
yes.
And who asked you to do that?
Shanda,
Why were you giving him bread with hot sauce on it?
because he was supposedly misbehaving.
And how would you, describe to the jury what you would do to do that and to make him eat the bread with hot sauce?
I would put it on bread, have him stand in the kitchen area near the back door and watch him eat until he finished.
And was he required to eat it until it was all gone?
Yes, sir.
Did it ever look like he wanted to eat the bread with hot sauce?
No.
Were there times where you were told that he could have something besides bread with hot sauce on it if he ate the bread with hot sauce first?
Regular bread, yes.
So he had to eat that bread with hot sauce first, and then he could have some regular bread.
Yes.
Did he have to wait a period of time before he could eat the regular bread, though?
Yes, sir.
What, do you remember about what that was, about how long?
30 minutes?
With taking out the bread out of the equation, was hot sauce used in some other fashion as a form of discipline for him?
It was poured directly into his mouth.
And who would do that?
Me or Shanda, me under her orders.
And it's just like what you sound like. How did you do that?
Had him open his mouth and poured it in.
There's some text messages. Do you recall a text message you exchanged with your mother in, I believe it's around April or so, where you've alerted her to the fact that he's eaten some part of a burger?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was it? What part of the burger is it that he ate?
Just the crust.
And what was your mother's response when you told her that he had eaten the crust of that burger?
Make him throw it up.
Did you try to do that?
I tried at first, yes.
How did you try to do that?
Putting a finger into his mouth as instructed to the back of his throat to induce vomiting.
So who gave you the instruction to put your finger in the back of his throat?
Shanda?
We don't see a text message to that effect. Were you two also communicating by camera as well?
Yes.
The cameras had was it a two-way capability, basically? You
Yes.
could talk to the camera or
You
something
could
on the
talk
camera?
and they could hear. At certain times, it could be activated.
Was there ever any other time where she instructed you to make Timothy throw up?
Yes.
About how many times did she instruct you to do that?
3 or 4.
At some point in time, was there a form of discipline introduced that involved you placing Timothy in a cold tub?
Yes.
And what was the mechanism for that? How did you do that?
Clog the tub, plug it, turn on the water, and take the ice that was in our ice maker upstairs and put it in, and have him get in.
Initially, how long was he supposed to sit in the cold water?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? And that, when we say cold water, we actually mean water with ice cubes in it? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And how often, when did that start in relation to when Timothy died? If you remember.
I do not remember the exacts.
And do you know about how many times you did that up until the day the day before Timothy died?
Before the day that Timothy died?
The day before Timothy died, we'll get to that in just a moment, and I believe that.
3, then.
So you remember doing it 3 times before the day before Timothy died?
Yes.
And who would direct you to put him in the ice bath?
Shanda?
Was there some type of camera in the bathroom as well?
Yes, on the counter.
Was that camera monitored by somebody if you were in the bathtub, or if you were in the bathroom with Timothy?
Shanda?
Were you instructed to stay in the bathroom with Timothy when he was in the tub?
Yes.
Why?
To ensure that he couldn't get comfortable or try to turn the water hot.
And what would you, if you tried to move around, what were you instructed to do?
I don't quite understand.
If you said that you were supposed to make sure that he stayed uncomfortable, how were you supposed to make him uncomfortable in an ice bath?
Put his body at an odd angle that was not a comfortable position to be in.
When he was in the tub, would he try to rest his head somewhere?
On his shoulder, yes, or the lip of the tub.
Was that allowed?
No.
I know this is difficult for you, Paul, and you and I have had a number of conversations about this matter. But I need you to look at a text message that you sent to your mother. It's got a photo that you took of your brother. You remember sending that text message?
Yes, sir.
For the record, this is People's 36A. This has been previously shown to the jury. Who took that photo of your brother?
Me?
And you sent it to your mother?
Yes, sir.
Why did you send it to your mother?
Because I was concerned with how thin he was.
That photo was taken on, do you remember what the date was?
Not the exact, no.
If your phone indicated it was June 13th, you'd have no reason to dispute that.
No, sir.
And you just became, again, the reason you sent it to your mother was why?
Because I was concerned about how thin he was.
You remember what your mother told you to give him after you sent her that photograph?
Bread?
And then is there a reference to bread and some peanut butter?
Yes.
So at that point, your brother's very skinny, right? Was he eating regular meals at that point?
No.
Were you still administering the hot sauce on the bread as a form of punishment for him during that time period?
Yes.
And did that continue all the way up until the time of his death?
Yes.
Did he ever eat any normal type of meal leading up to his death after you took that photo and sent it to your mother?
That day I made him an actual real meal, an actual peanut butter and jelly sandwich, as well as scrambled some eggs and put cheese in them.
Did you tell your mother you'd made that meal for him?
No, sir,
Why not?
because I didn't want her to be upset with me.
That's horrible. He tried. It was just too late. He was already starved to death.
Let's move up to the day before your brother passed away. Do you remember the day before your brother died?
He was unresponsive when I was told to get him up.
So you were given some instructions to wake him up in the morning?
Yes,
Was your mother already at work?
yes,
Were the cameras activated at that point though?
yes.
So your responsibility when you had to go wake him up was what? Just to do what? To get him up?
Just wake him up, which normally wasn't difficult before then.
And this is the day before he passed away, but was it difficult on that day?
Very.
Did you scream at him and yell at him to get him to try to wake up?
Yes,
And at some point were you instructed to do something with him because he wouldn't wake up?
put him in an ice bath.
And did you do that?
Yes,
Was he able to, where was he sleeping that night?
closet.
So when you went to wake him up and he was unresponsive, was he still in the closet?
Yes,
How did you get him from the closet to the bathroom with the,
I
Ice
had
bath.
to drag him.
he didn't stand on his own?
He couldn't, no.
Didn't walk on his own? Is that enough? Is that
No.
enough? Was he even talking at that point?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you put him in the ice bath?
Not exactly, no.
If the text message indicated it was around 2 o'clock, does that sound about right?
Yes,
What time did you have to leave for work that particular day?
I was supposed to be at work at 4, but unfortunately, due to a flat tire on my e-bike, I had to wait till 6 for my mother to get home and drive me to work.
So from 2 to 6 until your mother got home, you were home with Timothy, is that right?
Yes,
And where was Timothy that entire time that you were home with him?
in the bath.
In the ice bath?
Wow.
Was your mother giving you instructions on what to do with him while he was in that tub then, at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
What was she telling you to do?
Make him uncomfortable, and at one point she had me heat up a pizza roll to see if he would be responsive to enticement.
Did you actually do that?
Yes.
And what did you, so describe for the jury exactly what you did with that pizza roll with Timothy in the tub.
I held it close, and when he responded, as per instruction, I was to pull it away from him.
So did you actually do this?
Yes.
So you actually held a pizza roll in front of him to see if he would respond? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
I know it's difficult. Did he respond?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do when he tried to respond?
I had to, or as I was told, I pulled it away.
So we didn't get to eat the pizza roll?
No.
One, pizza roll wasn't gonna help him at that point in time. Two, he really does seem like he feels bad. He also seems to be super uncomfortable sitting with the belly chain and the cuffs on. And when they were asking about him having to put him in the zip ties and not being able to move his hands, and he tried to move his, kind of seemed to hit him right there. Like, wow, this is horrible. This is what I did to my little brother at the direction of our mom. I do think he feels bad. If he's being truthful, he tried to sneak him food once. Also, if he's being truthful, he seems like he was scared of his mom. And do you blame him? Because I'm looking at this guy going, you're not going to have fun in prison. And I'm not being mean. I don't mean that in a mean way. He's not going to have fun in prison. He's a thin, I don't know how tall he is, but he's thin. He's meek. He's not going to have a good time. But I do feel bad for him. I think things have hit him of what he did. And he caused his brother, him and his mom. Yes, he was following her instructions on what to do. But he also, like I said, he also left every single day. And I get it. It's his mom. He doesn't want her to be in trouble. But you're watching your brother waste away in front of you. You could have saved him. Could have saved yourself. She'd still be sitting right there, and that's probably exactly where she deserves to be sitting.
Do you recall while Timothy was in the tub, an exchange where your mother inquired about pouring hot sauce on his private parts?
I do, yes.
Did you do that?
No. That was beyond rule, as everything else was.
Good answer, because you're correct, sir.
So you put him in the tub around 2. Does your mom come home at 6?
Yes.
And when your mom gets home at 6, did you go to work at that point in time?
She drove me to work, yes.
And was Timothy still in the tub at that point in time?
Yes.
So you and your mom drove to Grand Haven to drop you off at work, and Timothy's just in the tub?
Yes, sir.
Was he even physically able to move around at that point in time?
No.
I'm surprised he didn't drown.
Do you recall getting a text message from your mother around 11:30 or so that night while you were at work?
Yes.
And
Though I saw it later than that because I was busy.
so you received the text message, but you didn't actually read it until a little bit later than it was received.
Yes, sir.
And what did you understand from that text message from your mother about where Timothy had been up until the time you were at work at 11:30 at night?
Still in the tub.
So that's 9 hours plus from the time that you first put him in the tub at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
When you got home, do you remember about what time you got home that night?
1 o'clock.
How did you get home? Did somebody give you a ride?
Yes, a
So your-
coworker.
Did your mom didn't pick you up that night, did she?
No,
When you got home at 1 o'clock, did you go to your bedroom?
yes,
Downstairs in the basement area, the lower level?
yes, sir.
Did you see Timothy at all?
No,
Did you check on him at all?
no.
When did you next become aware that something was happening with Timothy?
The next morning,
And what happened?
I had had to get up early so that Shanda could drive me to the premises area of work. And I'd gone to the laundry room to get a pair of clean socks and was then made aware that he was not breathing
And where was he at that point in time?
in the closet.
And who made you aware that he wasn't breathing?
Shanda,
Was he on his bunk bed?
no,
Was he ever on his bunk bed from the time that he was in that small closet until the time the police arrived? If you know, do you know how much time passed from the time that you first became aware he wasn't breathing until 911 was called?
18 minutes?
And during that 18 minutes, did you tell your mother or ask your mother if you were going to call 911?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
No. She said no. Sorry, that was my bad.
I'm sorry, good. Let's clarify that. Do you remember what your mother said when you asked her if we should call 911?
She said no.
So you didn't call 911 at that time?
No.
During that time period, what were you doing?
I was attempting to resuscitate, though it was too late.
At the time when he came out of the small room, how did he get out of the small room at that point? How did his body actually come out of the small room?
He was removed.
By who?
Shanda, and I believe I helped a bit.
What was he wearing when he came out of the room?
Nothing but an adult diaper.
At some point, did you put clothes on him?
Yes,
Who put the clothes on him?
both me and Shanda, per Shanda's request order, however you'd like to phrase it.
So before he was wearing the diaper, but you put the clothes on him while he's unresponsive outside of the small room.
Yes.
And do you remember what clothes you put on him?
A hoodie, a pair of my jeans, and Shanda had me remove my belt and put it on him
Did she tell you why she wanted you to take the belt off and put it on?
because the pants were too big.
I think she thought that was just gonna hide him, his little 69 pounds. Which again tells you she knew she did something wrong.
At some point, the 911 is actually called, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, before 911 was called, and I guess let me ask you this, who actually called 911?
Me.
But did Shanda actually talk to the 911 folks, if you remember?
Not that I remember of, no.
Before 911 is called, was there some discussion about a hunger strike?
Yes.
What was the discussion about the hunger strike at that point?
Shanda said to say that he'd gone on a hunger strike.
When
And
said
that we
he, who was
found
she-
him on the bed.
Seems
dead.
obvious, but who was she referring to?
Timothy.
And said that he was found on the bed?
Yes, the bed.
So 911 comes at that point, and then the police are also involved, is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, did the police leave you guys alone in the home
Yes.
later that night?
Yes.
And when that happened, did Shanda do anything with any of the items in the house?
She disposed of evidence.
What did she dispose of?
Vibration detectors, a camera upstairs that was not confiscated. She broke the memory chip that was inside into 4 pieces and threw them out the window as we were driving to Grandma and Grandpa Vander Ark's.
So you went down to Grandma Vander Ark's that night?
Yes.
And she disposed of evidence on the way down to?
Yes, and the vibration alarms were thrown into a trash can, stuffed in a plastic bag and thrown into a trash can at the Chick-fil-A near our house.
That's
you said
true.
about
That's
the
not good
vibration
for old
alarm, you talked about
Shanda.
the sensors that were on the doors?
Yes,
Was one of those the sensor that was on the small room door?
yes.
And this prosecutor has to be so careful with him because he needs him to testify. That if he was sitting over with her, he
Mr.
would
Ferguson,
be.
we've had some, you testified about some of the alarms that were placed on Timothy's body. Did those alarms, what would those alarms do? I mean, how would they make noise or alert people?
Allowed beeping.
Was that something you could hear if you were in close to the alarms?
Yes, through solid wall even.
And did Timothy have some ear problems?
Yes,
What were-
sensitive hearing,
He had sensitive hearing?
and had tubes implanted at one point.
To your knowledge, was Shanda aware that he had these hearing problems and the tubes in his ears?
Very much so.
And again, to your knowledge, was it indicated to you that the alarms were a form of punishment for him, that as if they went off, they would be harmful to him or
Painful.
distracting to him?
I believe so.
And we talked about being made to stand against the wall. Was he made to do something else against the wall as a form of punishment as well?
Wall sits.
And wall sits, for the jurors that might not be aware, is what, basically?
Back pressed against the wall, sitting with your, crouched with your legs as though you're sitting in a chair.
But nothing to support your weight on your
No,
buttocks or your upper thigh area.
no.
And at some point, he was forced to do that as well. I have no further questions.
All right, let's see what this defense attorney does to
Okay,
him.
Mr. I think it's a good time to take a longer afternoon break.
Judge is like,
So,
let's delay
adjourn
this a
till
little.
approximately 3:45, and then we'll return. Please rise.
How do you cross him? Oh, did she just have to walk by him? Oh, she did. Right there. His attorney's talking to him. There she goes. I wondered if she was in custody. No, I figured she was. Boy, wouldn't that be rough. But you know what? I'm sure they're going to try to blame him, but she was clearly, just from reading the text messages, she was clearly calling the shots. So far, she has zero sympathies from me. All right, let's see what you do here, little defense attorney. You ain't working with much.
All right, you may be seated. Mr. Johnson, you can commence your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your
And you
Honor.
got to be careful with him. He's kind of a
Good
sympathetic
afternoon,
witness.
Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
Do you remember me?
Yes, sir.
I'm Fred Johnson, in case you don't remember. I
He just
examined
said
you
he
for your
did.
examination, do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've been doing very well with your examination. Please keep your voice up so everyone can hear you, okay?
Of course.
Okay. Now, I've got some hard questions to ask you. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let's start where
Looks like he's
Mr.
gonna
Roberts
throw up.
started. You got a deal for testimony, right?
That nothing I say will be used against me. Should I pursue this into my case in a trial?
Okay, that's good. That's not what I asked you, though. Did you get a deal?
A deal? No, sir.
You not got no deal?
No, sir.
Okay. You're not a lawyer, though, right?
No.
And you have a lawyer, correct?
He pled guilty, or he's supposed to plead guilty, so he shouldn't go to trial. That's why he said, "Should I go to trial?" He's not supposed to go to trial. For his testimony, he should get he could get some consideration on his sentencing. I have no idea what he's facing because the prosecutor withdrew that question. But I mean, you got to ask because that's all this guy has. Like, well, so you're about to say anything, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right. Let's go way back to the very beginning. I remember, I don't know if you've seen the police reports in this case, have you?
Yes, sir.
You seen the, in the first police reports I saw, where they talked to you, you referred to your mother as either mom or mama. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then in the, you had an interview with Detective Pieskey. Do you remember that? Detective, are you here? Could you stand at least, so you can see? Do you remember that gentleman there? Detective Pieskey?
Not
A long time.
perfectly, but
Okay.
yes.
2 days, thank you. 2 days after after the event, after Tim passes, you have an interview in his office. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You're wearing shorts and your knees were up and that sort of thing. It was warm outside?
Yes.
You remember that? And during that interview, you referred to your mother as mom or mother. Do you remember that? Or mother or mama, something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And about 3 weeks later, well, however long it was, 3 weeks later, we had a preliminary examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you referred to your mother as Shanda, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the things that happened between the time that you interviewed with Detective Pieskey and the time you testified your preliminary examination is you cut a deal, didn't you? Take your time.
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware, you testified to it at the prelim, don't you remember? We talked about it at the prelim. There was testimony on it, you remember?
I said what my guidelines were, but I was not given a deal for them.
Okay, you were not given a deal. Well, first of all, you and I have been through a preliminary examination. I will bet some of the folks over here have never been to one. Let's describe what a preliminary examination is for them, okay? Okay? I'll ask you a question, you just fill in the blanks for us, okay? First question, a preliminary examination is held in a courtroom, like not this one, but a courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And there isn't a jury at a preliminary examination, is there?
No, sir.
But there is a judge,
Yes, sir.
not this judge, a different judge, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Roberts was there, and I was there, and your mom was there, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
And you testified, like you're doing now, and you told us what happened, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us what happened under oath, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The same oath you took here, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other thing is, this preliminary examination, in this case, was about 18 months ago, wasn't it? It was a long time ago.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't expect you to remember everything that happened and everything that was said, gentlemen. That would be unfair, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have had the liberty of looking up, when you have a preliminary examination, one of the reasons you speak everything out loud is so that somebody can type it up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they type it up and they call it a transcript. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A transcript is an exact duplication typed up as to what everybody says in the courtroom. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
It's the official copy, it's the official word as to what was said, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm telling you at your preliminary examination that there was a transcript done.
Okay.
Okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have some of my assistants look up what we talked about in terms of your deal, so that I can refresh your memory as to whether or not you knew you had a deal at the time. Correct?
Okay.
All right. Cool. So having said that,
Did he just
you
say
have been charged.
cool?
It's on the subject of your deals. You have been charged with what, as far as you understand?
First degree child abuse.
Okay. Do you know what your mother has been charged with?
At the moment, it's open murder.
Okay. What else?
That's all that I know of.
Okay. Would you, if I tell you that she's also been charged with first degree child abuse, just like you have any problem accepting that?
No?
Okay. So, your mother's charged with first degree murder, right? And, yes,
I didn't say anything. That was.
I'm asking, do you know if your mother was charged with first degree murder?
Yes.
Okay, and according to me, first degree child abuse, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And according to your testimony and other things you said, you're the one who put the hot sauce in this boy's mouth,
Per her orders, yes.
Timothy's mouth. You're the one who put the cuffs, the bracelets on, the ties on it, right?
Per her orders.
You're the one who put him in the cold baths, correct?
Per her orders.
You're the one who said, in one of those texts that you've never wanted to beat somebody up, and I forget the exact word,
I told you they had no choice but to come back out and blame him for everything. And by the way, I don't know what open murder means. So I don't know if that's like Michigan's first degree version. But yeah, I told you they're going to blame him for everything. Well, you did this. You did this per her orders. Good answer. Just keep it there.
somebody so bad in your entire life. You said that, was that per her orders?
No,
You also said that if something happens, I'm gonna kill him. Was that her orders too?
no,
Okay, all right,
Thank-
that's what I'm asking. But you're not charged with first degree murder, are you?
no.
The prosecutor during his opening comments talked about hypothermia. You know what hypothermia is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury, what's hypothermia?
When the body suffers from extreme cold to a high extent,
Okay. And you're the one who put him in a bath for 7 hours, 6 hours, whatever it was, the day he died?
yes, per Shonda's
Okay.
orders.
All right. But you're not charged with first degree murder, are you?
No,
It's a good deal, isn't it? Let me ask you this. I withdraw that question. Let me ask you this. And I don't want you to tell the jury what the penalty is. I just want to know if you know what the penalty is. Do you know what the penalty is for first degree murder?
yes,
Okay. And you're not charged with that, are you?
no,
In fact, it is your desire that your mother in this trial, in this case, and get you out from under, isn't it?
that was what I said in that letter.
The letter I'm holding here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was furious at that time.
You're furious
I
at
was not
that
thinking
time.
straight.
Are you furious now?
No, I'm
You're still
calm.
calling her Shanda though, right?
Yes,
Okay. All right. Do you remember when the police asked you at the time of the event what was going on, what had happened in the house, correct?
yes, sir.
And did you tell them what happened, or did you lie?
I lied.
And when Officer Piesky asked you the next time out, 2 days later, did you tell him what happened, or did you lie?
Told him the full truth.
You told him the full truth? You told him that Timothy was in that room, and you pulled him out, and you didn't fall from the bunk bed? You told him that?
Yes,
Okay. Let's talk about what you told him. You told him that Timothy had passed all his final exams. You remember telling him that?
no, I do
Okay.
not.
Did he?
I can't say for certain, I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay.
I'm going to say no. I would doubt he could even
You
take
told him that your
final
mother loved every
exams.
one of us.
That was what I believed.
You don't believe that now?
No,
You told him that Timothy went on a hunger strike. You remember telling him that?
I told him that at the house, yes.
You remember telling him that 2 days later?
No,
Do you remember that, the interview itself? You were interviewed in his office, correct?
yes,
And did you know that there was a recorder going on?
yes, sir.
And that recorder was recording everything you said?
Yes,
These are brand new earphones because I didn't want you to have to use a pair. You don't have to worry about disease or anything. If I were to allow you to listen and watch the video of what you said at the time, and you were able to hear what was said and what you said, Does that refresh your recollection? Would that refresh your memory as to what you said at the time?
Most likely.
Let me take just a moment, Your Honor. And this is to the question about the hunger strike, correct? Let me make sure this works.
You know what? If she did all this stuff, which I believe she did, and she directed all the stuff, which I believe she did, she's even worse for trying to throw him under the bus to save her own butt. She's even worse. Just take it, save him, give him some sort of life, and you get what you deserve. You don't throw your kid under the bus. But the jury will be able to ask him questions, because that seemed to be an important witness to ask questions to.
I'm sorry, I put them on. Do you mind? I put them on before you. Can you still use them?
Yes.
All right.
I'm sure he
Tell me.
doesn't care that they
That
touched your
comfortable?
ears.
Okay. I'm going to play you the part, I think, where you're talking about the hunger strike. And I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to listen to what was said, okay? And then I'll ask you questions about it. Let's see. Can you hear that?
And again, his attorney has nowhere to go except after him. But if she okayed it, which I'm sure she did, I'm sure he said, hey, this is what we're going to have to do. It's not going to be good. We're going to really have to go after him. And if she said, okay,
Pause it. Did they speak of the hunger strike yet?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to what the question was and what you answered at the time?
Yes.
All right, may I remove the headset, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, now you've had your recollection refreshed. And I think the question was, I asked you if you had told the detective that there had been a hunger strike, your brother had been involved in a hunger strike. Having listened to that recording, do you remember what you told the detective?
I told him that there was, but then I cracked and told the full, everything.
So
That was
you,
the part that you missed.
so initially you lied?
don't worry,
Yes.
the prosecutor will
Okay,
get
so
it
it
back.
wasn't- so as far as you're concerned, your brother had never been on a hunger strike?
No,
Not
never.
even when he first got there and his stepfather had the stroke, remember that?
I remember, and he was not.
He was not, okay. Do you remember telling the other detective that your brother could walk? And that he was never there was never anything major wrong with him?
I do not remember that, no, but
Okay. Did you remember telling the detective that your brother was looking around and didn't talk when he was in the tub?
no.
Oh, one of the things we talked about cold baths and ice baths. You showed the detective how much ice was in that ice, those ice. Where did the ice come from?
The ice maker, there
How
wasn't a
mu-
lot.
Now, you know it's on tape, right? You showed the officer how much was in that that ice maker makes, right? Do you remember showing with your hands?
Not a specific amount, but I remember showing him.
Do you remember showing him? Well, it's on the tape. Would you like to see it?
No, sir.
Okay. My recollection is you showed the officer that, he said, how much ice is it? You did like this. You make this gesture where you put your hands together and to form like a pocket for about that much ice. Do you remember telling him that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Why did you tell, what was the original story you told the police as to why Timothy slept in that room? What did you all call it? The spare room? The closet?
A small room. I'm sure
room.
you,
The
it's
small
been
room.
said
What was
100
Do you
times.
remember the original story you told them?
That he wanted to be in there?
Okay. And you told them that, and didn't you also tell them that because Timothy was taking things apart, his bed was not safe to sleep on, and they weren't, because he'd taken loose the bolts and screws?
Yes.
And you told him that as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You told him that originally the small room had a mattress, but he ripped it, so we had to take it out of there. You remember telling him that?
Yes.
There's no room.
You remember telling him he would sneak out? He would move around the house, not just for food, but sneak out to the garage and other places in the house. Do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
He kept shredding the plastic covers, so we had to switch to tarp. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the hot sauce thing. Tell me about, how was the hot sauce administered?
Either slathered on bread or administered directly orally
Okay. And you would do those things, correct?
under my mother's orders, yes.
Under your mother's orders. By the way, one of that pizza, remember that you testified that pizza, gave him that pizza, that mini pizza or whatever, and right, and pulled it back once he responded?
Yes.
Do you know that we were hearing a text where your mother told him to try it, and if he ate it, give him 2 of them? Do you remember that part of the text?
No.
And she never, do you know she didn't, according to your text?
She also said she didn't care if it was baked or frozen. So that does nothing. And let's say this scenario, brother passes away. He is still in the mindset that he's still under his mom's, let's just say, spell, for lack of a better word. So influence, maybe that's better. So he does say stuff to the police because he is probably still trying to save her in some aspect, but now he's been away from her. Now he's had time to think. Now she's not just that constant influence of that she was. And now maybe he does think differently. Maybe he does want to call her Shanda because he doesn't want to call her mom anymore. He seems remorseful. He looks remorseful. He looks horrible. I don't feel bad for him in the handcuffs at all because I think he deserves that feeling. But I think that he got away from her influence, got away from her telling him what to do all the time, and he can now look back and reflect of everything that he did was wrong. He can't change it. And it sounds like so far he's the only one that's been truthful. We'll hear from her later, but yeah, if I'm weighing him out right now, I'm just gonna go with him. I may change my mind once I hear her, though. Doubt it.
Text. Run a text between the 2 of you, as I recall it. She says, give him a pizza roll, see if he'll eat it, and if he does, you give him 2. You don't remember anything like that?
Wow.
No.
2 whole pizza rolls.
Your recollection is, if he tries it, snatch it back and don't give it to him.
Yes.
Was she in the room at that time?
No. She was at work.
She was at work. Why not give him the pizza roll? Why snatch it back?
Because I was doing as I was told.
Okay,
And
good.
she watched everything on the cameras.
All right. And you mentioned today that you fed Tim a good meal.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it, it's not in the police reports, right?
No.
And it's not in the interview that you did, right? There's no mention of it in your interview with Detective Pieskey, is that correct?
Was there?
Yeah, I'm sure. There's no mention of it, correct?
I
If you don't remember, that's
I
fine.
guess.
don't remember.
Okay, there was no mention of it at the preliminary examination when you were under oath, correct?
I don't believe I was asked.
Okay, good, but you certainly didn't mention it, correct?
No.
But you took that, there was an opportunity to sneak him some food, and you snuck him some food according to your testimony today, right?
Yes.
All right, you work at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
Do they make food at Applebee's?
Yes. Unfortunately, I can only get one free meal, and I don't always remember my credit card because I don't have it on me.
Okay, this is 6 months. All right?
Yeah.
And you're concerned about your brother, right?
Sympathy slid in and out.
Okay. But you worked at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
And unlike this meal that you're telling us about now, you never took anything from Applebee's and snuck it home to your brother, did you?
No.
And you're on a bike coming from Applebee's to your home in Norton Shores?
Yes.
You have to pass a Walgreens or a convenience store, a gas station or something, correct?
At 1 a.m, everything would be closed.
Gas stations wouldn't be closed, right?
The only one that I went by was the one at Meyer, and it was.
And you could stop you went by the gas station at Meyer?
And it was closed.
Was the Meyer itself closed too?
I don't know. I never checked.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour store, correct?
I don't know.
Did you ever go into any place before work or after work to buy your brother a candy bar to bring him home and help him out?
No.
He's seriously blaming, I mean, I know they're seriously blaming
You kept
him,
saying
but
during the
seriously.
text, you kept
Stop it.
saying, young man, that you were under the impression that what Timothy was going through was an act. Do you remember that?
Because I was convinced by my mother.
Okay. You thought it was an act, correct?
Yes.
You thought he was faking it, correct?
Yes.
The seizures, you thought that was an act?
Yes.
The shaking, you thought that was an act?
Yes. I wasn't there when some of that occurred.
The trembling, that was an act? Did he cry when you had him crouched like that? When you had him do that back thing against the wall, did he cry?
Not cry. He complained.
Did he cry when you had him stand up for hours against the wall? Did he cry?
No. Not
Okay.
that I remember of.
You don't remember any crying, any complaining, do you?
No.
Okay. When you cuff him, did he cry?
No.
You said he would close, well, it's been said, you haven't said. He would close the loop on those cuffs and make them tighter on his own wrists. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
You didn't do that, right?
No.
Did he cry when that happened?
He complained about it, and that was how I knew.
Okay. There were numbers of monitors in that house, right? Video
Yes.
monitors?
Yes.
But they weren't all for Timothy, is that correct?
There was one that was in
G.
G's room because, according to Shanda, he had a tendency to remove all of his clothes and wander around in his room like that.
But that's when he was 2, right? He's older than that at this point, isn't he?
That was what I was told. It was what
Okay.
I believed.
But there's monitors in the entire house, correct?
Yes.
And what were
Just
you
kinda hurt
told
yourself
was the
there,
purpose of the
Defense.
monitors?
Other than the one in G's room,
Mhm.
she hadn't told the purpose. I just knew that she was monitoring Timothy.
Okay. Let's switch up a little bit, talk about something else. Tell me about your mom a little bit. What do you know about her? How far has she gone in school?
She's graduated from law school, second in her class.
Yeah. Were you impressed by that?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's
Who
worked,
cares?
did you know she was the judge's clerk?
That's what it was called.
Okay, that's what it was?
Yeah,
Both
I was
here
trying
and,
to figure out what the name was.
that's fine, both here and in Nuevo?
Yeah,
Okay. And was she doing other things professionally? Was she studying or anything say, during May to July, or February to July 2022? Was she studying or writing books or?
no.
Okay.
So,
There were
Right.
times when she'd do law school through the service dog's eyes for her YouTube channel.
Okay. You know she was tutoring other law students?
No,
Okay. During that time, Adam, was this Adam Ferguson?
Vander Ark.
Vander Ark, I'm sorry, Vander Ark, I should have figured that out, right? Adam Vander Ark, her husband, had a stroke, is that correct?
In January, yes.
Was he working prior to that?
Yes,
Okay. And you're also aware, so he's not working once he has a stroke, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. So who's providing for the family as far as you know?
Me and her,
You and her. Cool. So you're working,
yes, sir.
okay. And so the two of you are providing for that household, correct?
Yes,
And in a house, how old are you now?
21.
And you were 19 back then? Sort of close, somewhere around there?
understand
Somewhere
where
around
he's
there.
going with this. It's not
Alright.
helping him.
So she's providing the household with your assistance.
Yes,
She has two children younger than you to provide
Yes.
for. Yes?
yes,
She's homeschooling G as well, correct?
yes,
Okay, so you have two kids at home being homeschooled,
yes,
correct? She has her own issues, correct?
I don't know.
In terms
Obviously.
of not being able to sleep, that sort of thing? Insomnia, did you know about that?
No,
She didn't share that with you?
no.
Why would he? Why would he know about that?
There
I
was a
know
lot.
She was, she's hypoglycemic.
Okay, all right. All right. So there's a lot going on with her at this point in her life, isn't there?
Yes,
And you're not just babysitting, she's relying upon you to watch the kids, is that correct? When she's at work, you watch the kids, when you're at work, she watches the kid, correct?
I suppose you could think of it like that.
Even with the video monitor, she depends upon you to watch the two younger ones, correct?
Yes,
And in that circumstance, she would come to rely on, not everything can be seen on a camera, correct?
yes,
So she would rely on information that you provide for her in addition to whatever she can see on the camera, is that correct?
yes,
And she would be also at work, right?
yes,
Working for a judge, right?
yes,
So presumably kind of busy, right?
yes.
Assume? Okay. She ever bring work home? That you
Not
know of?
Not that I remember of, no.
Okay.
She'd tell me some of what went on in court at times.
Okay. And there were pets?
Yes,
Okay. These are big dogs, right?
yes.
What type of dogs were they?
When all, by the, when, how do I put this? When all of this, by the time all of this transpired, we only had Sharma and Piper, but Piper was living with my step-grandparents.
What kind of dogs were they?
Were they Great Danes or Greyhounds?
Great Dane and Sharma, or Piper was in Newfoundland.
Okay. All right. Okay. We saw, I'll strike that, that's not relevant. Okay.
Most of what you
Let's
just
go
said
back to the
isn't
interview
relevant.
with Detective Pieskey, if we would. Do you remember telling Detective Pieskey we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional?
Somewhat,
You remember that?
yes.
That's true, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
That's true, isn't it? It wasn't intentional, was it?
I think he can't even reconcile that in his
Not on my
mind.
part.
No. No. You're putting this young man in the shower, right? Correct?
Yes.
And you gave him 3 showers, right? That you can remember? 3 baths?
Yes,
Okay. So you know what his body looked like at that time, correct?
yes,
And this happened Well, the one was what, 3 weeks before he passed away, the one in June with that picture from, that you took it, where he was standing there and you took a picture of him with his shirt off and then pulled up his pant legs? That happened about, what, a month before he died?
Give or take.
Okay. And you told Detective Pieskey we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You told Detective Pieskey that she, meaning your mother, didn't want this. We loved him so much. Correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You mentioned one time he refused to eat.
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you say it though?
Yes.
Okay. So you lied. Detective Pieskey, do you remember the point in that interview? It was about 3/4 through. And Detective Pieskey starts to explain to you, this isn't love. Do you remember him saying, this isn't love, this is,
I remember.
yeah.
Yes.
I
Use
think
words
he's
like
understanding that
disgusting
now.
and- Okay, that sort of thing. Remember that?
Yes.
Why does he have to tell you that? Did you not know that?
He shouldn't have had to.
No, he shouldn't have had to. But before he died, when your brother passed away, did you expect that, or were you surprised?
I was surprised, shocked,
Okay.
horrified.
How about your mom when she was in that room? We have that on video a little bit. Do you remember how she responded to that?
Let's see, trying to cover it up.
Do you remember her crying?
Crying? No.
If it's on the video, would that be accurate though? If there's video of her crying, would you deny that's what she's doing?
No.
But you just didn't see it, right? Do you remember how frantic she was? She called you down there to come quick. She was frantic at the time. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we got him dressed. And she wouldn't let me call 911. How about that? Do you remember that?
You told the Detective Pieskey that your brother Tim would force himself to throw up. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You remember telling Detective Pieskey, if I could take his place right now, if I could give him his life back, I'd do it. I'd do it in a dadgum heartbeat. Do you remember
That's
saying
probably
that?
I
true.
stand by it.
Yes, sir. You never intended your brother to die, did you?
No.
And you came to the conclusion that your mother intended it after, right? Not while he was alive.
Yes.
You thought your mother was a good mom, didn't you? You told Detective Pieskey that, didn't you?
Yes. As
And
well
you-
as the fact that I haven't got it diagnosed and I don't know how to explain it.
That's fine. Do the
But
best
it's
you
I'd say it's something similar to Stockholm Syndrome.
can. Okay.
I have a desire to find a role model that's, due to my own low self-esteem, I would do anything to make proud of me.
Okay.
And that's not an excuse, I know, but I feel like I'm glad that I was at least able to realize it so I can correct it.
I think he has
While he was
realized it.
alive, in one of the texts, your mother asks you, should we be worried about him? Is he okay? And you say no. Do you remember that?
No,
That he's okay?
no, I
In the
don't.
text it says, the text were to say so.
She's the freaking parent, not him. If she was worried, then pick his 69-pound body up and take it to the freaking hospital. But no, you let him die, and then you dressed him, and then you tried to cover up evidence. He's now realized all of that, and you're going to still try to bury him. She's a horrible, evil person. He's doing his job. I can't hold it against him. She could have told him, don't do this. She didn't. She's a horrible, evil person. I hope she gets all the hot sauce in prison. And I don't mean that in a good way.
Do you have any problem with, you've seen the text, you helped write them, correct?
Yes,
So if it's in the text and we saw in the text, as far as you know, nothing's been changed in those texts, correct?
yes,
So if we can point out in the text where you say that, you're not disagreeing with that, correct?
No.
Do you remember the time when you asked her, we should be feeding him, he's too thin? And she says, give him a little something, and then you
Yeah,
just
give him some
keep
bread.
Going on after that, back to the old routine. Do you remember that?
If
Remember
it's in
after
the
you,
text, it's likely true.
you sent him that text with his shirt off and his pants leg pulled up. And you say, Mom, you need to feed this guy, something to that effect, right?
Yes.
And she says, okay, give him something. She gives, I forget what it was.
Bread.
Okay,
Just bread.
okay. And then after that, did anything change?
No.
Okay.
Because I was too afraid to put my foot
You're
down.
too afraid?
I
A minute
believe
ago,
him.
You just want her to be followed.
There's
Now you're
various
afraid?
reasons, and I'm not trying to excuse my own actions.
Well, yes, you are. I disagree. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you
Jack,
this.
prosecutor, let him
You
answer.
have a cell phone?
Yes.
What happens when you have your cell phone and you press 911?
You're connected to the
There you
cops.
go. Did you know that when you were 19?
Yes.
Did you know what Child Protective Services were when you're 19?
More or less.
The one thing, when we just listened to almost an hour and a half of tapes, of transcripts from your text messages,
Which were horrible.
you did say no to her when she asked you to put hot sauce on his penis.
Yes.
But you didn't, okay. You weren't scared? You weren't scared to refuse it?
Not at that point.
And I don't recall, I sat here and I listened, I don't recall any other point where you told her no to anything she asked you to do. You remember any other point where you text, where we can show it in the text, where I told her, no, I'm not gonna do that, Mom?
No.
From the standing in the corner, to the hands on the head, to the hot sauce, to the shackles. Did you put, was his leg shackled? We found this metal shackle, the chain, leg shackle. Were you familiar with those?
A little bit.
Did you put those on him?
When I was directed to.
When you were directed to, how many times were you directed to?
Quite a few.
Would you be surprised to know that there is no text where you even discuss the leg shackles?
Doesn't
No,
have
just
to be.
putting them on him? Would you be surprised by that?
Very.
Do you remember,
Good job, Mom, letting your attorney victim shame. Hats off to you. So freaking smart. We all had to hear
Did you
about
remember
how
say-
smart you
oh.
are.
do you remember telling the detective that you were concerned?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, as you sit there right now, do you love Timothy?
I suppose I didn't love him enough.
No,
It's
that's not
why
true.
I'm trying to bring justice for him.
Just a moment, I don't know.
But can I say that I loved him during the time
You loved
before
him?
his death?
Yes. Did you love him before his death?
With all the ways I acted, I cannot.
Okay. Let
Unfortunately.
me ask you this. When did you start feeling this way? While he was alive or after you found out that the way he was being treated killed him?
After?
So while the time he was alive, did you think you were killing him?
No.
If he was on trial,
Detective
he might get a
Huskies
pass
that,
here.
We
She
didn't
won't.
want this. We loved him so much.
That was what I thought, but it's not true.
Let me ask you this. If you knew Timothy was in trouble, say the house was on fire, hypothetically, would you help him?
Yes?
So is it fair to say that the reason you didn't help him is because you didn't know he was in trouble?
No?
You knew he was in trouble. Now, I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about then, when you were living through this. You just said you didn't know you were killing him. So did you know you were killing him or not?
No?
So how could you save somebody you didn't know was in trouble?
You can't.
Okay.
Why don't you go up there and kick him, defense attorney? He's not quite down.
One moment, please, young man.
Yeah, I'd stare at your mom too. And realize you're better off without her. I just hate that you're gonna suffer in prison. Your text messages were horrible. But you've obviously changed.
You think it was 18 minutes, about 18 minutes before you called the police when you found Timothy, is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you think it was 18 minutes? Somebody tell you that?
And?
I mean, I'm just saying, usually people say, they say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, but 18 is kind of specific and kind of exact. What made you think it was 18 minutes?
What I was told.
Okay. All right. That's all we're asking for is the truth. Okay. That's all we're asking you.
I think he's giving it to you.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Roberts, any redirect?
Scary when the
So, let me
prosecutor's your
let you off
friend.
the hook there with that last question about the 18 minutes. You and I discussed the
Yes.
phone call to 911, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And I'm the one that told you it was 18 minutes, wasn't it?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that it was 18 minutes or so before you called 911?
Not at all.
You recalled the time actually taking place, though. You recall it actually happening, correct?
Yes.
And at one point during that, did you before you called, did you say to your mother, "I think we should call 911," or
Yes,
should we
sir,
call
I did.
911? And what was her response?
No.
And Timothy was completely unresponsive at that point, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't moving, wasn't breathing, eyes wide open,
Glassy.
glassed over. And she said no when you said, "Should we call 911?"
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the interview with Detective Peasky. I don't know if Mr. Johnson in the video that he showed you had dates or times or anything like that. So let's just walk through this step by step. When you were at the house, when the police were there, did Detective Peasky talk to you in one of the bedrooms?
I know that I was talked to by an officer. I don't remember which one, but this report says it's him, that it is.
Okay. You're not denying that you talked to an officer in the house while everything was happening, right? Timothy's still in the house at that point. Police
Yes,
are
sir.
investigating. You talked to an officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, did you stick with the hunger strike story, the story that your mother had told you that you were to tell
Yes,
the
sir.
police right before you called 911?
Yes, sir.
And you told the officer that at that time?
Yes, sir.
And that was actually the day that Timothy passed away, correct? That was actually at the house, and Timothy was still in the house, or maybe had just been removed from the house when that, right?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to Detective Peasky at the Norton Shores Police Department, was that the next day?
I believe it was a few days after.
So within a few days of Timothy dying, you're talking to Detective Peasky at the Norton Shores Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't truthful with Detective Peasky, weren't completely truthful with him at that point in time, were you?
No, sir.
What story were you sticking to in terms of what had happened with Timothy and the things that had been done to Timothy?
The hunger strike.
And whose idea was it to come up with the hunger strike story?
Shonda's.
You yourself were not arrested on your charge until about a week after that, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, did then you sit down with detectives and give another statement?
Yes, sir.
And you're not here today trying to convince us you were telling the truth when you talked to the first officer or you talked to Detective Peasky that first time, are you?
No, sir.
So, Mr. Johnson talked to you about your testimony about a deal being in place. I don't believe he had you read your testimony over or anything like that. What's your understanding of any agreement you had to testify today?
That what I say cannot be used against me should I take this to trial, should I take my case to trial.
And are you also hoping that you get some consideration if you were to plead guilty for sentencing consideration?
I'm not asking for leniency, only a slight amount of mercy.
But is it your understanding that that I've agreed, that this office has agreed, that we'll tell the judge that you've cooperated, and that your hope is that you receive a sentencing benefit for that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have
Is
testified
there anything else we
truthfully.
promised you?
No, sir.
And Mr. Johnson didn't read you another deal where he talked about there's an agreement that you're not gonna be charged with murder, is there?
No,
To your knowledge, could you still be charged with murder?
very much so.
And nobody from the prosecutor's office or your attorney has told you there's an agreement in place that you can testify to under oath that says you're not gonna be charged with murder?
There is not.
So when you're demonstrating to Detective Peasky about the ice that's being put into the water, I'm assuming this starts with cold water in the tub to begin with, is that fair to say?
As cold as it can get. We didn't have hot and cold. It was a single knob that turned, and it would get hotter with with how far we turned it.
So it's not like you were putting ice in a lukewarm drink to make it colder. You started with cold water and put ice in on top of that, correct?
Yes.
And could you have been underestimating how much ice you were putting in there if you were demonstrating? I don't know what this means, demonstrating with your hands, but
I could have very well been.
I think he testified that one of the things that initiated punishments for Timothy was that he would sneak food. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
There's a few text messages about him sneaking chips. The one about the eating the hamburger crust, and her response to that is, "Go make him throw up." You recall that, correct?
Yes, sir.
If a person's on a hunger strike, the fact that they sneak food shouldn't really matter, should it?
No,
In fact, you're not really on a hunger strike if you're also eating food, correct?
exactly.
I wonder if she's staring at
Let's talk
him
about the
when
pizza
he
roll
glances over
incident in the
there.
bathtub. Was Timothy in the bathtub, in the cold tub, when you did the thing with the pizza rolls?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you, and there may have been some confusion here because there are a lot of text messages, admittedly. But who was actually watching on the cameras while you were in the tub, while Timothy was in the tub and you were watching him?
Shonda?
And was she
Exactly.
directing you what to do, both in text messages and through the camera?
Yes, sir.
And whose idea was it to warm up the pizza roll and hold it in front of him and then pull it away before he tries to eat it?
Shonda's?
Yep.
If you can see this pretty good, but I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's 36, and it's page 5983 from that. Can you see that okay to read that top text message there?
Would you like me to read it?
Yep, go ahead.
Crazy idea. Ask Gabriel if he wants some pizza rolls and heat up a
Oops,
set
gee.
of pizza rolls and take one and offer it to Timothy and see what he does. Put it right in front of his mouth, but be ready to yank it back if he tries to eat it.
Now that's
Yep.
her text to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you actually do that?
Yes, sir.
And she was watching on the camera,
Yes,
and were you worried about what would happen if you didn't do that because she directed you to do it?
very much so.
It's even more difficult. Can you see the time that is sent down here?
7/5/2022.
So that's the date. Is there a time after that?
2:47.
2:47. So at 2:47, he's been in the tub for some time, and she tells you to do the pizza roll trick, right?
Yes, sir.
Now let's fast forward to page 6002, and here's another text. Why don't you go ahead and read that one for the jury?
Oh, okay. Crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked.
And that's her message to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's at 3:45, isn't it?
3:45.
3:40,
Approximately.
approximately
Yes.
3:40. So the first time she tells you to do it is at 2:45, heat up the pizza roll, hold it in front of them and pull it away. And then an hour later, it's okay if you give them 2 frozen pizza rolls.
So long as he does something for them.
Right. And this isn't you saying to her, hey, I think we should try this thing with the pizza rolls and see if we get a reaction from it, is it?
No, sir.
Kind of like a dog. Sit, I'll give you a treat. Sit up because you're dying, and I'll give you a
Mr.
pizza
Johnson was
roll.
asking you about and there are a lot of references between the two of you about, oh, this is just an act on his part. He's acting. See how fake it is. You wouldn't disagree that there's a lot of text messages back and forth between you two, is there?
I would not.
It goes without saying, but you are not Timothy's father.
No,
You are not Timothy's mother,
no.
obviously. Have you ever raised a child before?
No.
Wh- Why were you so convinced that any of this was an act?
Because she was his mother, and I suppose I believed that mothers know best. If you have the right ones, they do.
Let's talk about your mom again, because Mr. Johnson brought up a number of points which are really quite impressive in all candor. Your mom graduated second in her class from law school, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Your mom passed the bar exam with a score of like 182 out of 200, right?
Yes, sir.
And she was very proud of those accomplishments, wasn't she?
Very much so.
As
As
she
was
should be.
I at the time.
I say he was
Very
kind of
high
smiling.
scores, very high.
He's proud of her
intelligence.
too.
But she also has some health issues, doesn't she?
Yes, hypoglycemia, allergy-induced asthma, which I forgot to mention. My apologies.
And
But
does
that's
she-
about all I know.
Does she take some? Does she take some medication for that?
She has a eucalyptus inhaler in the car, and the service dog, Sharma, Gemini, were to alert of blood sugar drops.
So you referenced Sharma. There's a lot of text messages about Sharma. That's the Great Dane that was living with you at the time. Is that
Yes,
correct?
the puppy.
And you referenced Gemini. That was the prior service dog that your mother had, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're both Great Danes.
Yes, sir.
Very large dogs.
Yes, very.
Did
This
the dogs
Great
ever go
Dane
without
owner.
feeding?
I hope they
No,
found good
normally,
homes.
if their bowl was empty, we'd scoop more from a large container. I don't exactly know how to describe it.
Was that in the kitchen?
Yes,
And the dogs got food whenever they wanted food, didn't they?
yes.
Sharma, Gemini. What was the other one? Piper.
Piper, yes.
Right. But Piper was actually living at your grandma and grandpa's house at the time Timothy passed away, correct?
Yes.
But the dogs never went without food.
No.
Now, your mom needed service dogs to take care of her health issues, correct?
Yes.
Well,
Well,
was it your understanding that your mom had these service animals because of the health issues that she had?
yes.
And did she tell you she had these service animals for this health issues that she had?
Yes, sir.
She never said to you, I don't know why these 200-pound Great Danes are following me around all the time, did she?
No.
She understood, she demonstrated to you that she understood a need for some medical treatment for the conditions that she had, correct?
Yes.
If her Great Danes weigh 200 pounds, they're overweight. They shouldn't weigh that much.
Mr. Johnson was asking you whether or not you intended, and then he used those words directly, to neglect. He used those two words specifically, that you intended to neglect your brother Timothy. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
And I think that was tied back in again to the interview with one of the interviews, or maybe the interview with Detective Peasky, where you said it wasn't your intention to neglect Timothy, correct?
Yes, sir.
There wasn't a plan in place between your mother and you to say, hey, I've got a great idea. Let's neglect Timothy, was there? You guys didn't
No,
sit
sir.
down and discuss that ahead of time, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't plan it out and say, what we really need to do is neglect him so something happens to him,
No, sir.
was there?
No.
Well, that's what happened to him, right?
Yes, sir. Well, it wasn't meant to happen. It is what happened. That much can't be denied.
In your mind, you would have not wanted, you didn't want Timothy to die.
No.
That's the simplest way.
Not at all.
You did not want Timothy to die. And did you believe that what your mother had told you about, this is all an act and this is all faking?
Have
Yes,
that
sir.
reaction to that question. Like
And
you
hadn't had
did?
any training, hadn't tried to raise a child, hadn't been responsible for a child's medical care, any of those things, did you?
Not at all.
Those were left to the woman who graduated second in her class in law school and passed the bar at 182 and understood her need for service animals for her medical issues. That was her responsibility, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, and I trusted her judgment.
But at one point you were so concerned so as to send a picture.
It is a very rare day you will ever, ever, ever hear me say this. Good job, prosecutor, for bringing that up, because he keeps talking about how smart this woman right here is, but she wasn't smart enough to take a 69-pound 15-year-old that she was starving to death to the emergency room. She says she threatened to take him to the emergency room, and she doesn't make the call. That was her responsibility. He was not an adult. The guy on the stand was also not his parent and couldn't make those decisions. Could he have done more? Yes. If you listen to people, children, who grew up in abusive homes a lot of times they will tell you how good their parents are or parent, whatever it is. They don't understand it until they're away from it. That's what they know. I don't know how long this went on. I don't know if she broke in January after the stroke or if she's been nuts her entire life. I don't know because we're not talking about anything past January. So, but if she's so freaking smart, she's stupid. She did horrible things. You cannot tell me that she did not understand what was happening. 69 pounds. I don't get it. And you're blaming him? Good on you, Mom. I cannot, I know I keep repeating myself because I cannot just sit here and look at him. And then when he said you didn't want him to die, she's like, it gives this weird expression like, well, he did. No, I think you did, sweetheart. He was hard. He was a hard kid. You had too much on your plate, so you took his away. And now he's gone. And your plate is less full, right? Mm-mm. You know who else could have reached out for help instead of blaming the son? Her. I'm overwhelmed. I need help. I need assistance. I work in a with lawyers, with judges. People I can go, hey, I need help. Nah. I'd say too bad her dogs didn't take care of her, but then the dogs would have been put down, and that'd be an injustice on their part because she deserves it and they don't. Figuratively speaking on her part.
Picture of your brother because of his condition to her, right?
Yes, sir.
And after that, her response was given bread and then maybe some peanut butter, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have no reason to believe that she didn't see that photograph, did you?
No.
And you, looking at Timothy at that moment in time, thought, he is too thin.
Yes, sir.
We have got to feed him something, Mom. What do you think? And her response is give him some bread and then give him some bread with peanut butter. Right?
Yes, sir.
From that moment forward, did you continue with the hot sauce punishments on the bread, though, for him?
Yes, sir.
At whose direction?
Yes.
At whose direction?
Oh, Shonda's. My apologies.
That's okay.
She shakes her head no, but it's in writing. It's in writing. You said it. Told him. Give him 4 pieces of bread with hot sauce.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Ferguson, you testified that you're the one who called the 911 dispatch, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They've made a tape of that, and I'm gonna check it tonight, but I thought I heard a woman's voice calling for 911. How sure are you that you're the one who made the call?
Honestly, only about 80%.
Okay.
I can't say for certain. Shock, panic.
Right.
Trauma,
It's hard.
Okay. Thank you.
stress, having to live with her.
Mr. Roberts, any follow-up? No. Right. Mr. Weaver, can you check with your jury questions?
Surely we have jury questions. Come on. Or they feel bad for him and just don't want to put him through anything else. But yeah, surely the jury's gonna have there should be a whole bucket. There's one. There's one. What the hell, jury? Dang. Are we gonna get to hear it? Shouldn't take them long. All right, let's see what happens.
All right, Mr. Ferguson, this is kind of a compound question, so I'm going to ask it.
Okay.
Mr. Ferguson, do you have any special needs?
I am diagnosed as ADHD, reactive attachment disorder, and sensory processing disorder, as well as I was taking medication for anxiety and depression.
Okay. Similar vein, it might be the same exact answer. Do you have any learning disabilities?
I'm not sure if any of those count as learning disabilities, but I
don't want to cut
suppose,
you off. Go ahead.
I suppose reactive attachment disorder can make certain things hard.
Okay. And, well, let me follow up with that. This is not the jury question, but has anyone told you, well, strike that. Never mind. Do you have autism? This is the other question. Do you have autism to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, not that I've been diagnosed with.
He seems a little bit.
And do you have any other emotional issues that you're aware of?
Anger issues. I never have been good at controlling my anger. Never was truly taught well.
Okay. Any follow-up to that, Mr. Roberts? Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Ferguson, there's a door in your house with a dent in it. Is that one of your anger outbursts that you're talking about?
Timothy was in the closet at that point during the night, per Shanda's request, and he had one of the vibration detectors strapped to his belt.
Are you serious? I've told you I cannot control any of this. I have zero control. Wow, jerks. Alrighty. That's what you get when you don't have court TV or Law and Crime streaming it, because they at least don't just do that. So, okay. That was a very abrupt stream is done. Good for them. All right, so sorry about that. I can't even find it because they're in control of it all, so Court TV doesn't have it. They just have little clips, but not the stuff that they don't show. It's like I was kind of thinking about it. It's like 5 o'clock hits and that cameraman says, "I'm out. It's time to go home. See ya. Peace. Tomorrow." All right, so I am planning on doing day 2 on Sunday. I do know that the state rests on day 2. I do know that the smartest person in the room, Miss Shanda, testifies. I believe. So I think the state has one witness, I think. Some doctor. I don't think she's very long. And then Shanda will testify, and I think she goes into, because when I was trying to find, I went to the end of yesterday to try to get, I didn't want to watch any testimony. I just wanted to see what they had to say time-wise of what was happening. Of course, it just cut off just like this one. So there's going to be a little bit we don't get to see there too. So she's going to be, I believe there's day 3. So she's going to be on the stand for most of day 2 and then some of day 3, which is today. And then somebody just popped into my chat and asked if they were back already. I figured it'd go to the jury today. I have no idea. I looked on my Twitter, X, whatever. I don't see anything where they're back. I'm going to do my best to not see any of it because I want to watch it all with you guys. So my plan is day 2 on Sunday. day 3, which I would assume will be kind of a short day, on Monday, and then we should be able to finish up her testimony, do closings, and then go to verdict. If it's back by then, I have no idea. I can't see where it would take them super long to get this one done. Unless she pulled out some genius moves on the stand that we're just gonna be shocked by and surprised and all that stuff. I'm not counting on it. So I'll do that Monday, and then that will be, unless the verdict for whatever reason isn't in by Monday, or if it doesn't come in today, and then I suspect we'll have it Monday. I'll stream if the verdict, for whatever reason that takes them a long time, it takes them longer, I'll stream the verdict. I believe I'll be able to finish this up Monday with the verdict included. And then I am done until the 27th because I have a ton of stuff to do. And I have to get my house ready, and I have stuff to make. And there's just a lot. I wasn't even going to stream it all next week, but Monday's generally kind of a day anyway, because I go grocery shopping. I got to get all that stuff done by the time I get home. I will just be happy to sit down and stream and not think about anything until Tuesday. So, and then get crazy ready for the holidays. So that's the plan. So Sunday, right now, 10:30 is the plan. If something happens tomorrow, because I've kind of got tentative plans, but if something happens that those don't happen, then I'll set a stream up and do it tomorrow. But make sure your notifications are on, and then you'll know. So, but yep. I'm still at she's a horrible person, and I don't think the defense is going to sway me back. So I would probably be able to, this would be the one time I could, if they were having one, go over to Law and Crime or Court TV and fit right in with that group, because I'd be like, yep, guilty. What's taking the jury so long? She's guilty. I'd fit right in this time. I mean, she's making me say nice things about prosecutors. That just tells you it's bad. So, alrighty. I will see you either tomorrow or Sunday. If I don't see you tomorrow, definitely Sunday. Have a good rest of your night. It's Friday. Enjoy, relax, all that fun stuff. And we will get back into this horrible stuff later.